live at 6 o'clock. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there someone who would like to lead us in the pledge?
I'd be happy to. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was distracted. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and protection for all. Liberty and justice for all. Still distracted. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to close the Hartford Selectboard and open as the Local Liquor Control Board. And these are, all 6 of these are renewals. So we can split it up into 2 groups of 3. Okay, so I'll take a motion for the first 3. Okay, Brandon.
I move that the select board approve the renewal for Hanover Consumer Cooperative Society, Inc., DBA White River Junction Co-op at 209 Maple Street, White River Junction, Vermont 05001 for a second-class liquor license. And that we approve the renewal for Northern Hospitality Limited Partnership, doing business as Hotel Coolidge at 39 South Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont 05001 for a first-class and third-class liquor license. And that we approve the renewal for Wicked Awesome Barbecue at 93 Beswick Drive, White River Junction, Vermont 05001 for a first-class license and outside consumption permit.
Is there a second?
Second that.
All right, thank you, Eric, for the second. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it passes 6-0. And the next 3, do I have a motion?
Sure, Madam Chair.
Ida, thank you.
Sure. I move that we renew the licenses. I'm just going to read it in the order that it's in. For KB Ventures, Inc., doing business as Jake's Market and Deli at 1477 Maple Street, Hartford, Vermont 05047 for a second-class liquor license, a tobacco substitute endorsement, and a tobacco license. And that we approve the renewal for Hua Tang Restaurant, doing business as China Moon at 96 Sykes Avenue, White River Junction, Vermont 05001 for a first-class liquor license. And that we renew we approve the renewal for Vermont Spirits Distilling Company, doing business as Harry's Lounge, 5573 Woodstock Road, White River Junction, Vermont 05001 for a first-class liquor license and an outside consumption permit.
Thank you. And is there a second? Second. All right, Miranda, thank you for that. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So that's 6-0 again. Okay, so I'm going to close
5573 Woodstock Road, White River Junction, Vermont 05001 for
open.
a first-class liquor license
For some
and
of
an
you,
outside consumption.
but open for and for the Local Cannabis Control Board. And one of the differences that we have with the Cannabis Control Board is that even renewals, we ask people to come. Okay, so if there's any questions. So is there someone here for Cloudy Day Farm? You want to come up to the podium, please? State your name and your residence, and then if you want to tell us a little bit about Cloudy Day, or we'll ask you some questions if we have them.
Sure. My name is Diane Lake. I'm the owner in Cloudy Day Farm. It's a very small tier 1. It's in the Hartford district, and it's a very small tier 1. We're up to 125 plants, but we never usually grow that much. We're very much organic, and we're very much being extremely reasonable prices, so it's affordable for everyone, and we donate a lot of for the people that are needing the stage. It's very small.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Diane? Ashley?
Yeah, do you have a storefront? And if so, where is that
No,
located?
there's no storefront.
Oh, okay.
It's just the cultivation license, and then you go and you peddle all the places and
Oh,
plead
gotcha.
with them to please.
And the Cannabis Control Board, you don't have to mention where this is.
Oh, okay, because
That's
it's,
why I did not.
Yes, thank you.
thank
Yes.
you.
Anybody else? Brandon?
Yes, well, you said you end up donating some of your products to
Yes.
those who may need. How does that work, or who might need it?
So there's an organization and that you would, so it's I do pre-rolls, which is already cigarettes, sort of. And so I have a company up north that you sell it, you have to sell it to it, you can't just donate it, but it's for like $1 for a few, so it's I donated. So, but the transaction is recorded from my place to the other, it's Cannabis, Cambridge Cannabis is the company that you work with, and then they go ahead and buy it for inexpensive, and then it's for the people who have cancer or really need something for nauseousness and things like that. So I do that, plus I keep the prices really, really low. Stupidly low. Anyway, I just,
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, I'll take a motion for this renewal. Anybody ready for
Madam Chair,
Brandon?
I'd like to move that we renew the license for Cloudy Day Farm LLC. And that's license number S-0000124988.
Thank you. And is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay, Ashley. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So that passes 6-0, and good luck to you and thank you for coming in.
thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, we're going to close as the Local Cannabis Control Board and reopen as Hartford Selectboard. Order of agenda. Are there any changes to the order agenda? Additions, deletions? Okay, great. So then we will start with public comments. And if you remember, under public comments, people get 3 minutes to discuss whatever their interests are. And they should address the select board as a whole, and this should not be an agenda item. And under the agenda items, that is 2 minutes, and information under the agenda, public comment should be germane, it should not be repetitive, and it should be specific to the agenda being discussed. Okay, so we will start the public comment. Anybody in the room would like to speak? Don't fight about it. Peter,
Yes,
and don't forget to give us your name.
Regularly goes before me speak tonight, but yes, you must have heard about what's been going on the past week or two.
Okay, Peter, give us your name and residence.
Pete Zandron, White River Junction, don't missing my place, across from where Ida works. Before I begin, if there's anything about the signage or the transit issue we've discussed at previous meetings, please let me know so I can address them there. So regarding what we talked about last month regarding the issues of threats being made. Now, as you know, Mary, I emailed you, John, and a few others about this because with this month, with the protest, which me and others have attended, there has been follow-up with violence, which I have experienced in regards to some of those threats, and I'm sure others have. And if they haven't, one reason is that the local PD, they've been doing such a half-assed job in handling it. We're wondering if the people doing these violence, like what I have experienced, and I'm sure others, are acting as provocateurs. And one reason I had to travel this past week was to meet with some lawyers, like regarding what I spoke about in April, who can verify this for people here in the room, in the town, as well as for your counterparts on the other side of the river. And also, because, among other things, the HPD, They're not aware of all the resources in the community. They don't understand that the courthouse is closed and the court's now operating in a location where us with disabilities who can't drive, and we're moved here because we're of White River Junction, the town being on a transit hub, we can't get there. They don't even know basic I mean, like in my case, it may be an extraterritorial matter if you've been watching the news with what's been going on. And Mary, to address one thing that you and me and John talked about in private, one Iranian word in the English language which people have been learning about a lot.
Peter,
Defects.
I was gonna say, we don't need to hear it if it's profane.
No, that's what I said, John.
Thank
Wasn't
you.
being a pain in the ass, but the word like that, what I said, John. Yeah, and you know, I've never threatened you or anyone, correct me if I'm wrong, never done. But like I said, and I've had to remind you, Amir, there's so much about diversity and what which this town and this state and country are based on, and people have and yeah, among other things, what was this holiday we just had? Juneteenth? I mean, yeah. One thing about where my dad's family's from, we come from a country that never had slavery and never had racial discrimination. And we just had to win a war against religious bigots. And this is the same kind of bigotry that has been resurfacing because of these protests in town, which have been done in an orderly manner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Good timing. Okay,
Thanks, Mary.
you're welcome.
Or should I say Miss Chair?
No, Mary's fine. I do have a first name.
Good evening, Tim Ferriell, Waver Junction. And I was kind of like toying with the idea of should I come tonight because it is hot out and we all want to be home and relaxing. I really appreciate all the work you guys do every 2 weeks, I guess it is. There's two reasons why I kind of came tonight. One is this concept that I've sort of perhaps beaten a dead horse here, but you guys have a statement here in public comments that says public comment is an opportunity for the public to comment. It is not a place for dialogue. And I understand what you're trying to do, that, you know, we all want to be efficient and productive and get stuff done. But I've always been troubled in Hartford with the concept of citizens being able to come up here and really be engaged in the community and make a difference and express their thoughts about issues. And to be honest with you, I've lived here now, I think 16 years. And I think we as a community don't do a great job with this. And what I mean by that is when you guys have big issues in front of you, which you now do, parking in White River Junction, the Bugbee Center, you know, pick a topic, the landfill, all kinds of stuff. And the school as well with PCBs and all the stuff they're dealing with. I don't think we're doing a great job of really drilling down and trying to reach out to community and get their sense of these things before we make big decisions. And I've been involved with this town for real estate development work, a lot of stuff in downtown White River. I care about this community. I think there's some great people working in this community. But I just don't think we've found the magic sweet spot of listening and engaging with people before you guys make big decisions. And I don't have the solution or the answers, but when I come here, because I'd rather be sitting up on my hill drinking a gin and tonic right now, truth be told, but I'm not. I'm here trying to talk to you guys and really say to you that for me, there are many, many issues in this town that I just don't think we do a great job engaging citizens and making good decisions. And, you know, obviously the curbside thing was a famous one that we've all seen on Facebook and what we've seen, but, and I just am pleading with you to try and find some other ways and venues of trying to understand what people think about an issue before you make a big decision. And I don't even know what that looks like. I don't know whether we go out to libraries or whether we have like picnics together or what we do. But I'm just trying to be very sincere with you that for me, because I've been engaged in White River for a long time and I love what White River has done. The parking thing, sorry, I'm past my time, has driven me crazy. Like, we have not engaged the people in downtown White River about parking, about creative design, about what we could do in downtown before we've taken this like Hanover-esque ordinance thing that you guys are considering. And I saw that the other meeting. I watch you guys a lot, maybe, but like, oh, well, what does Hanover do? What does Hanover do? We're not Hanover. We're Hartford. We're White River. We have different nuances. So I'm pleading with you, before you pass an ordinance or a major decision, to just plug into the people that are involved in it day by day and make better decisions around these types of issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, any other public comment? Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Solange Saxby, and I'm a homeowner and a resident of White River Junction. I actually live right in Latham Works Lane, so right behind Putnam's, which I go very often, almost on a daily, to go work or just to honestly support our local businesses, Elixir too. And I guess I'm here for twofold. One, our little neighborhood is undergoing some construction that we were made aware of, I think back in May, about some water pipes. And I started talking to some of my neighbors about like a little bit more of the history, because this is my second year here. And I know that a lot of my other neighbors have been there for a lot longer. And this started because as I was driving out of work or going to work and going out, I ended up getting a nail in my truck. And that, kind of sparked, I was like, well, I wasn't really aware that this was going to happen, yada, yada, yada. But then as I started talking to a lot of my other neighbors, they were dealing with, gardens being destroyed, their entire houses being also kind of damaged as well. And then now looking at the actual construction, our entire, speaking to another neighbor, he let me know that the water pipes that we're supposed to get done or whatever was supposed to not just end in one section, but the whole neighborhood was supposed to be improved in water pipes. So I'm just curious, kind of what is the goal with these water pipes? And then also in terms of improving our neighborhood too, right now we have like 4 different colored sections of the road. So even the roads that were kind of damaged, or I mean, not damaged, but, quote unquote worked on, there's like 3 different colors, different sections raised. And so I'm just wondering, if we're going to be doing things to the neighborhood as a town, why not do it well? Like, why are we doing half or like different sections? Why not like do the entire road and improve it all, especially if it's going to be such a huge, blockage. We only have one access point, and that is through the railroad. We don't have another access. So if we're going to be already putting up almost 6 weeks or almost 2 months of blockages or work, why not do it well? So I'm just curious, what are, one, the town's future ideas, or what was the whole plan with the water pipes? And then 2, is there ways to improve our roads too? Because if we're gonna, again, not to repeat myself, but I had ended up getting, car issues, and I know some of my other neighbors are too. And so if we're just leaving the roads kind of undone really, or kind of not well, what was the point of that?
John?
There's several things I can say. First, this is not the place for dialogue, so I'll keep it brief. I'm happy to share your concerns with the Department of Public Works. I do know that you had a tire damage with a nail. We referred that to our insurance carrier, who determined that that had nothing to do with this project and that your claim was denied. I'm sorry about the cost you incurred, but nobody involved in the project is using the types of nails that you have stated damaged your tire. But I think the big point is I'd be more than happy to have the DPW folks follow up with you to try to answer your questions for you.
And I guess just to follow up, is there anything else that's going to be occurring or improving our neighborhood too, in terms of?
Again, I can have them fill you in on all their plans for that area of town. I can't answer those questions tonight, I'm sorry to say.
Okay.
I can say, do you have John's email? Because he's like a really
Yes.
excellent resource and
I
he will
do.
direct you to and the town staff are super knowledgeable and helpful. So
Okay.
they can answer better than we can because we don't do this full time, but they'll know all the details of what's planned.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks for
you,
coming
appreciate
in.
it.
And she'll be up again.
Yeah, and I guess that was my first comment.
Right.
And then the second one too.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comments?
We have a few online, but Nick, I'm having trouble. Oh, okay, there it is. Kim, go ahead.
Yep, go ahead, Kim.
Okay, can you hear me?
You can.
Okay, great. It takes a second to unmute, so thank you. I am not going to be able to stay for the whole meeting, but I have a question relating to the overall agenda itself. My guess is that the town manager's administrative assistant might be away, but when the agenda does not include hyperlinks or even the OCR, it's not optical character recognition, so you can't even search for anything. And the first 100 pages are applications. I guess I'm expressing my deep desire for there to be multiple people trained in the agenda preparation to be able to include those hyperlinks and make the documents searchable so that you don't have to scroll through 200 pages to find something. And so my 2 points are, in addition to that, are that I could not locate a fee schedule, the complete fee schedule. There's many documents in there around it. If the full fee schedule is part of the agenda, I would love to know where to find it, and or if the board has seen it previously, maybe it was emailed separately. But I can't imagine that you could vote on it if everyone hasn't seen it. And then the same with the consent agenda items. The pay manifest, I don't think was included in the agenda that's posted online. So basically, I have some specific questions for agenda items that I don't think I'll be able to stay for. I'll email those to the board and the town manager, but please accept my request to manage the agenda itself a little more user-friendly. Thank you.
Yes, and Kim, the fee schedule was under the select board agenda for tonight. It was a separate, it doesn't just list the agenda, it has the fee schedule. So I think you should have been able to access that.
I do apologize. I've heard similar concerns from Eric. I completely agree with them. If I had the ability to make documents OCR readable or whatever the techno speak is, I simply don't have that skill set. And we've done the best we can, Paul and I, to put together something that meets at least bare minimums, but I'm mindful of the impact it has on people who normally expect a much better, more usable product. And so I am anxiously awaiting Lana's return on Monday.
Well, I feel like it's worth training someone in the office to be able to do that. And what about the pay manifest? Was that also included elsewhere?
Yes, and I'm sorry. Yes, Eric had that point, and I take it as a very good point, and I don't disagree with it. Cross-training would be helpful. And finally, our practice has never been to include all items in the consent agenda in the packet. As you know, Kim, we usually have one that goes out with the packet, and then the final two aren't even available until usually mid to late Tuesday of the meeting. And those were sent out to the select board members in accord with our usual practice.
So both pay manifests?
Yes.
Yes, Eric.
This is just coming to my attention, but and I'm looking at the town website under agendas and minutes, and I don't see a way of finding the master fee schedule, but maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. I know we received it, but
Well,
it's just coming to my attention that maybe the
I went to
public.
the website and I, just went under select board agenda and minutes and hit that, and then the agenda came up,
Oh.
and then right underneath that.
Right, okay, you're right, absolutely right, it's there, and I just didn't look down one row. Comment withdrawn.
It's understandable. Thank you, Kim. We really appreciate it.
Marie, go ahead.
It's Marie, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Marie Elvin, White River, Hartford Ave. I just wanted to give a shout out to Chief Kelly and the HPD for their excellent work on catching all the drug paraphernalia just the other day. Thank you, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, Marie. All right, any other public comments?
Heidi, go ahead.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Good evening, Heidi Due, White River Junction, Vermont. It would be very helpful if everyone that utilized public comment would identify their name and town of town or village for everyone, not just the ones that know the individual speaking. The reason why I'm actually raising my hand is I'd like to back up the lady from Latham Works Lane. I too am having issues with my road on Christian Street. John, I believe, is aware of my situation. I have reached out to Public Works with the culverts and the ditches. I don't know if John can give me any feedback on this, but there are 4 places between Hughes Drive and the corner down by School Street that are now breaking off. And the brand new paving job on Christian Street is actually breaking into the ditches, and the culverts and ditches, well, not even the culverts underneath our driveways, but the ditches are in need of repair. Some of my neighbors that rent out properties to their tenants are being notified by the post office that their tenants will no longer get their mail delivered because of the damage done by the microburst EF1 that weekend that we had all the damage come through town. Town officials, Brian and Jeremy Delisle came through, and they actually came to my house the first week after that storm, and they told me they were kind enough to dig out underneath my driveway, my culvert, so that my private drainage from my house would drain underneath my driveway because of my decompression spinal fusion surgery that I had. Thank them very much. But all the debris that came down the hill had caused so much damage to the side of the road that it's somebody needs to really come up down through here, the select board or town employees, and really take a look at the damages done over here. I had my own private driveway maintenance repairman come over and repair our driveway. There's going to be more work done just to take care of the little squiggly lines before I have to put major money into the driveway. But the town is responsible for, I believe, 15 feet from the center line, and they just did these less than 2 years ago. I don't know if we're short of help, but by state regulations and town regulations, this is town maintenance. Years ago, they used to come through and they used to pressure wash under our driveways, the little culverts to maintain. I mean, this year I'm paying to have my own yard mowed. Normally I would do all my own. And last year I literally took every leaf that there was beside the road and I keep it mowed and weed whacked. But everything that came down through rushed so bad that it did so much damage. I would really like to know, and I know this is not quote unquote time for conversation, but I would really like to know we're going to get any help from the town. I know that Queechee got hit hard, and I've been told by many town employees that Queechee is where everybody's working. But I also have property down on Latham Works Lane, and I've had many conversations with different employees about this. And I have real estate agents that have been involved, and the road looks terrible. It really does. And I have a lot of feelings for this woman that I would like to meet and have a conversation with. I hope the select board is starting to listen, because Tim has a lot of good points. We're not being heard, and that's how I feel and a lot of people feel. One more point that I would like to make before I let you carry on with your meeting is I feel as if the town should seriously consider putting out a survey. I think people need to know that you care about how we feel, where our money's going, whether or not you think that, do we feel as if people are doing a good job? Do we feel as if we're being heard? I mean, some of us have lived here for 52 years. Do we feel as if our tax-paying money are being appropriated appropriately? I mean, we lost our curbside recycling. I mean, for one, I can't lift very much. I don't leave my house very often right now. I'm 6 weeks out for major surgery. I mean, my neighbors and my friends are helping me. There's elderly people that don't drive. They can't go even to the end of their, they can't go in their communities. They rely on people. I mean, these are all things that we as citizens of this town, we rely on certain things, but we're not getting them. And we're not feeling like we're being heard. And I do want to make one more statement. I never, ever meant to use foul language at that select board meeting. But you also have to understand that I was being disrespected at the same time. And I do apologize for my foul language. And I did write an email to the 5 other seated select board members at that meeting immediately. And I apologized to them. But I didn't feel that I needed to apologize to the person that had continuously came at me at time and time again. So I wanted to make that statement. I logged on to the next meeting and I was going to make a statement. But when I was again come at, I didn't feel as if I could speak and keep my cool. So I logged off that meeting. So I just wanted to come and make a statement to the public that I lost myself. And it was not becoming of Heidi Duto to come out in public and make a statement the way I did. So at that, I would like to say thank you for allowing me to speak, but I really would think that the public needs to be addressed as far as how and where we are getting our tax-paying money appropriated to the services that we feel we deserve and are given. So thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Are there any other public comments?
Yes.
Okay,
Could I, Mary?
yes.
Could I respond to one
Sure.
thing? I just wanted to say that at one point, Heidi, you and I and Jeremy Delisle and maybe John were in an email thread about the Christian Street condition of the ditches and the culverts, and I live right down the road from Heidi. And so I think Jeremy's still willing to meet with us. I don't know if you were able to get some other neighbors together, but if you can follow up on that email thread, I think that we can get a meeting there and assess the damage and talk about a plan forward.
That would work for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Angela. Is there someone
Mary,
else?
if I may. Mary?
I couldn't hear what you said.
Mary, I'm sorry, Heidi, you're really low.
Oh, Mary, may I say something?
Yes, but Heidi, you have to keep it short because I know that we gave you 3 minutes and you ended up with like 7 minutes.
I
And
apologize. I didn't hear the buzzer, Mary. I apologize.
I know.
If any other select board members would like to meet for that meeting, I would be more than happy to have you join. That's all I would like to say.
All right, thank you. And
Thank you.
said-
Yes, and then Mike, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me. I appreciate it. I know you guys have been through a lot lately. I have just something that is concerned me. I want to congratulate you on making a decision about the curbside recycling.
Point of order. Sorry, could you please state your full name and your?
I'm sorry, Mike, are you correct? Thank you. Mike Morris, Hartford, Vermont. Thank you. The curbside recycling, you made a decision to not renew the contract. I appreciate that because of the cost factor. The voters didn't vote for that much money to be spent. I may not have liked the way the process went, but it doesn't matter. But recently I've read notices of the solid waste area is going to expand their hours, possibly bring on some more help. And we no longer have a curbside recycling. And I know you want to encourage people to recycle. Previous practices in years past, before we had curbside recyclers, that when you went to the solid waste to recycle, you were not required to purchase a permit. Recyclables were a commodity that the town sells and makes some money off them, and you weren't required to pay a permit fee. If you're going to go and dump your trash in the back section through the gate, there you were required to have a permit. I would hope that you go back and maybe reconsider, now that we don't offer curbside recycling, that we do not charge for a permit for you to recycle when you have to drive it there and deliver it to the solid waste place. I recently heard about some select board members concerned about the fee or fine for a parking meter. It might be costly to some people who can't really afford it. Well, now people are being forced to pay a fee to recycle, something that we want people to do. We want to excite them to do it, not charge them for it. So I'm hoping you might go back to the books, to the Public Works, and see about offering recycling free as our neighbor town across the river does. To make this work a little bit easier, because a lot of people don't support the decision you made about curbside recycling as much as I think I do. And you don't need another reason for them to be upset with your decisions and what's going on. So if you think about the fees for recycling, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Brenda? Okay. All right. So, yes, Derek?
I just wanted to ask the town manager if we can include that in part of the discussion when we talk about recycling, curbside recycling next.
I can do that.
We have
It's actually not a money maker, it's a money loser.
right.
It costs us money to dispose of all recycling. However, we might get some offsets to the more valuable commodities.
Right, I understand that. I think it might be worth just looking at the cost of things with Brian as well.
Mike, did you have a follow-up to that?
Is his hand up? Mike, do you still have your hand up?
That's an accident.
Okay. We will move on then. Select board comments and announcements. We'll start with Eric, if you have anything.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing tonight.
All right, Miranda.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who came out to the Juneteenth event. It was a really great turnout, especially since we were also the Queechee Balloon Fest was happening that same day. So I still had a really great turnout, really great, delicious food, and it was a really fun environment. So yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make the announcement that the Hartford Community Coalition Block Party is happening tomorrow evening. I'm sure many people already know about this because it's been advertised, but just to put another plug in for it, it starts at 5. I think it's 5 to 7, 5 to 8, right here at Lyman Point Park, adjacent to the town hall. And this is an event where a lot of organizations in town will be present and sharing information about what they do in town. There will also be a movie, I believe, outdoors. So family friendly and good time to learn about a lot of resources and opportunities in Hartford.
Thank you, Ida.
And food, yes.
Brandon?
Nothing for me tonight.
Okay, Ashley?
I just want to thank the folks at the Department of Public Works, Brian and Jeremy, for hosting a tour that I was able to attend a couple weeks ago, and also to Chief Kelly and other folks at the police department for hosting myself and some other board members for a tour of the department. And Chief Cooney, I didn't get to go to the fire side of the tour, but yeah, so thanks to you all for having us and showing us what it's like in your department. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ashley. And then for myself, I'll reiterate what Miranda said. I thought Juneteenth was very fine. I was very impressed by the student speakers who really kind of hit the nail on the head with how they're feeling about issues around DEI, what makes a great leader, et cetera. So it was really, really nice. And Miranda read a nice note from Senator Bernie Sanders, so that was great. And then on a kind of sad side, I just wanted to make mention of the fact that one of the founding members of H. Corey, Sarah Campbell's husband, died. Unfortunately, he didn't live to see his son graduate from high school. It was a very short amount of time. But anyway, I offer her our condolences, and she has put on an Excel sheet, some help that she might need for people to help them to transition through this time. She's a very, very good person. Anyway, that's for Sarah. So then that's the end of select board comments and announcements, and then we will move on to appointments. And we have a new appointment and a renewal appointment. And the new appointment is Solange Saxby, who talked to us before. And so Solange, would you move back up to the podium, give us your name, residence, and tell us a little bit about how you feel moving into Resilient Hartford Committee.
Great. So my name is Solange Saxby, resident and homeowner at White River Junction. And so, I mean, part of the reason why I decided to, and this is the second fold of my little talk today, is because if I'm going to be complaining and trying to improve my community, then why not be part of it? And so that's why I decided to join the committee / board, the Resilient Hartford, just because that's what the skill sets that I have that could best serve I think, community of Hartford. Specifically, kind of selfishly, I do want to see my little town or my little neighborhood of White River improve. And so one of the reasons I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to say. I think I put everything in my little application. So
Right.
let
Well,
me know.
we got
Yeah.
that, but
Yeah.
people might have some questions that they
Yeah.
might want to address that, wasn't included in your application. So
Yeah. And
I'll open it to any questions people have. Ashley?
Sure, I always have questions.
Yeah.
Well, first, thank you I really appreciate your sentiment of if I'm gonna be complaining, I might as well
Right.
get involved. So thank you for stepping up. I'm the liaison to the Resilient Hartford Committee. I think it's awesome. Really good people there with some really cool projects. And being on Latham Works Lane, you have such a cool neighborhood.
Yes.
You guys have the community garden that is that active right now?
I just attended the Resilient Hartford earlier at 5, and that was one of the points I brought up, was the fact that we have the community garden. And again, this is my second year as a resident here, and so there's several years, and speaking to some of my neighbors too about the community garden. I think there was a lull after 2018, or I guess 2019, or I think even 2021. Again, they were telling me that there's been a lot of transition, and so I think somebody finally took it over, and so I was going to go speak with them, and I think kind of got permission to go seeing them. I've seen people working on it, and just go down and just introduce myself and see what's happening with the community garden.
Awesome. Yeah, that'd be a great way to work into the Resilient,
Yeah.
Maybe Resilient Hartford could support you in that. And
That's
I got my first garden plots there, and because I lived in an apartment, and it's such an awesome concept. So I'm glad that you're interested in the committee. I'm glad you're in that neighborhood, and I hope that we see some more life breathed into that part of White River.
Yeah, I mean, I see so many kids playing at the basketball courts and just the playground too, and I think it should be more accessible. And so why can't for instance, community garden, be more accessible? I know I was speaking to another one of my neighbors, and he just said it was just too much work, or he just didn't know how to go about getting a plot. And I said, it's literally in our neighborhood. Why don't we know about it? Why can't we use it? So, yeah.
Sweet. Well, thank you.
Any other questions for Solange?
One quick question. Just do you want to say anything briefly about your how your skill set that you're hoping to contribute, or I don't know if it relates to your professional research at all, or?
Yeah, so I'm currently a postdoctoral researcher at Dartmouth Health. I'm a registered dietitian, and I did my PhD in nutritional sciences. And so I have worked a lot with communities in terms of improving food / nutrition, in terms of different research projects. Again, this would be kind of separate because since I live in this area and especially specifically in White River, I would want to see like my little neighborhood improve. So at least the skill sets that I have, like, I don't know, like research wise, like interviews, surveys, I don't know. I have a lot of those skill sets that I want to help out, at least in my little neighborhood. So.
Thank you. Great.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay. So then I'll take a motion to approve Solange.
Madam Chair,
Eric?
thank you for stepping up, Solange. Madam Chair, I move that the board appoint Solange Saxby to the Resilient Hartford Committee for a 3-year term beginning June 24th, 2025 and ending June 23rd, 2028.
Is there a second?
Second.
Miranda, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. You are welcome to board.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And the next agenda item is for a renewal, a reappointment of Brandon Smith to the Hartford Housing and Homelessness Committee. And he's right to my right, for those of you who don't know Brandon. He doesn't have to respond. He wouldn't have to be here if he was normally in the public, but he is here. So I don't know if anybody has some questions for Brandon.
I'll ask a question.
Okay.
I'm sure this is more detailed in your application as well, but just, do you want to say briefly like what you're hoping to do the rest with your time on the committee moving forward?
Goodness sakes.
Or what you hope the committee, not you personally, but projects that you hope will continue or continue to put effort behind.
Thanks, Ida. I'm really hopeful that the data that this committee receives back from the survey of renters can provide us some good like operational intelligence, so that we can make decisions as a board about all things rental housing. I know housing is kind of the top topic on people's minds, I think. At least as a candidate for select board, you hear that most often. And we've heard that through other means as well. So I think it behooves us to understand what problems we're facing with affordable housing, and not just affordable in terms of this legal sense that we know of affordable housing as a certain thing, but housing affordability generally. During this last presidential election, one of the candidates was asked if investment in housing really had to be pitted against affordability of housing, and you as president had to make a certain decision, which would you prioritize? And that candidate said they would have to prioritize investment in housing. And I think that was the wrong answer. I think you, as a decision maker, you have to prioritize affordability, at least in the context we're in right now, where housing has become far less affordable in the last few years.
I'll have a question. Sometimes in Hartford, we do a lot of surveys, and it's hard sometimes to get a lot of feedback. And I was just wondering, is the committee just going to rely on a survey, or are there going to be other opportunities to try and get data that would be quality data?
Absolutely. I mean, I am not a research scientist like some others in this room. I know Ida is one, survey professional, but that's what everyone is after, right? Quality data. I think certain kinds of surveys are probably always going to give you the highest quality data, but But there are other ways to get data as well, and the committee has talked about doing some of this. For instance, going to events like the block party and having a little table with a microphone and a sign that just says, "Tell us your story." Sort of not quantitative research, but qualitative, where you compile information through words, through as opposed to attempting to qualify everything in numbers. So the committee has done a little bit of that, but I'm really looking forward to them doing some more.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brandon. Anybody else have any questions for Brandon? Then I'll take a motion for his renewal. Miranda?
I move that the board reappoint Brandon Smith to the Hartford Housing and Homelessness Committee for a term beginning June 24th, 2025 and ending March 1st, 2026.
Thank you, Miranda. Is there a second?
Second that.
All right, Eric, thank you. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
6-0. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on now to the town manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you can be patient because I've got quite a bit tonight. So strap yourself in. Negotiations on the terms of a contract with the Clerical Workers Union continued with a session on Friday, June 11th. There will be another session June 26th, that's this Thursday, and another approximately 2 weeks later on July 10th. Efforts are ongoing to alert town residents of the discontinuance effective next week, June 30th, of the town's curbside recycling program. The town has communicated this change to residents via e-newsletters, social media announcements, and a dedicated page on the town's website, all of which note the alternatives residents have for recycling, namely the transfer station, local garbage haulers, which by law must offer recycling services, and the Lebanon transfer station. A postcard was sent out to the home of every resident on Monday, June 2nd. The town has separately reached out to condominium association presidents and landlords with this information. The town manager and DPW director have had a site meeting to discuss logistics associated with an increase in the number of visitors. The transfer station is preparing for an increase in usership and is planning to make a modification of posted hours of operation effective July 2nd by offering an early evening access on Wednesdays, open until 5:45. And of course, as you know, there is a Saturday availability for most of the day, as has been the case in the past. Select Board facility tours, Ashley mentioned them, and that certainly was a couple of excellent tours put on by both our DPW friends and public safety colleagues. Those took place Thursday, June 12th at DPW and Monday, the 16th at the Public Safety Complex. I also would like to join Miranda and Mary in congratulating everybody who attended an excellent Juneteenth event here in White River Junction on Saturday. Our own Joe Major did an excellent job pulling together a stellar cast of speakers, and it was a very enjoyable event. With respect to the block party that Ida has mentioned, just a reminder, Wednesday, June 25th at 5 o'clock, right here at Lyman Point Park. Another reminder that the annual Hartford High Alumni Parade will take place this coming Saturday, June 28th at 10 a.m. with preparations beginning at 9 behind the co-op. I do have an email from our friend Phil Sargent, who organizes or helps organize this virtually every year. And he said, John, I just wanted to let you know that we have a car for you to ride in the parade. The rank has its privileges. It's the same old Mustang convertible as last year. There is space for 1 or 2 more people to ride in that car. Do you know how many select board members are planning to participate? So this is my slow scan of select board members looking for anybody who'd like to take a ride in the back of a sweet convertible for the parade route.
I
Anybody?
already volunteered.
Oh,
And we'll
Mary.
give it back.
Yeah, I had emailed Phil, but I'm not sure if he's including us or if
I think it's just a 4-seat convertible, so me, Phil, or the driver, Mary and Ashley, does that sound about right?
Was Mike doing it too though, Mary?
He was, but he's on vacation.
Sweet, I get to.
He's
ride
coming
in the
back that day, I
convertible.
think,
I
yeah.
know, but it might
I'll
not
be
be,
tired.
it might not be in time.
Okay, so I will follow up with Mr. Sargent about that. Thank you. Better luck next time, Eric, maybe next year.
I'm gonna stay on the sidelines.
Okay,
Just to confirm, John, is that event rain or shine? 'Cause it was
that's a
rain-
good question. I have seen some concerning forecasts.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope that they put the top up if it's raining. I will ask Phil and forward along any information I have on that.
I mean, we're the Hartford Hurricanes. I think we can handle a little rain.
Good point. I also wanted to also mention that we have received word from the state of Vermont that they have, for all intents and purposes, finished their bridge replacement project at Bridge 7. And this is the last construction update for the project. We received that a few days ago. So congratulations to VTrans on a successful project to replace that bridge across the river. The town offices will be closed on Friday, July 4th in observance of the Independence Day holiday. I would also like to point out that prior to that, on Sunday, June 29th, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. in room 2 here at Town Hall, VLCT will facilitate a select board work planning session, which will begin with a brief discussion of efficiency in select board meetings and then quickly pivot to the balance of the day being taken up with planning the work for the future. I plan to send out a bit of homework to all of you on Thursday of this week with the final agenda and supporting materials to help you prepare to make the best use of this time. Stay tuned again for Thursday. Lori Hirschfield has asked me to read the following. On April, it has to do with the shopping center, the co-op parking for the grocery store, the co-op. On April 21st, 2025, Select Board approved executing an extension of the non-exclusive licensing for the use of Maple Street, Pine Street parking lot by the St. Albans Shopping Center until 2054. The Select Board also approved the 30-day notice of the intent to approve the licensing and the authorizing resolution and consent of the town of Hartford regarding the licensing pending the 30-day notice. The 30-day notice was posted as required and published in the Valley News on May 6, 2025, with the 30-day notice period having elapsed on June 5th, 2025. Therefore, in accordance with the public notice, the Select Board has authorized the town manager to effectuate the conveyance unless the town received any petition in accordance with Vermont state statutes. The town did not receive any such petitions. Therefore, the next step is for the Select Board members to sign the authorizing resolution, which is over here on the table, followed by the town manager executing the extension agreement with the St. Albans Shopping Center. A few more things to highlight in the SIGAX, if you don't mind, folks. The assessing department notes that it has concluded the 2025 reappraisal grievance hearings and is in the process of reviewing the notes from the hearings. The review process will be completed during the week of June 23rd this week. Decision letters will be mailed by July 1st. Parks and Rec points out that their pool opening celebration, Splash and Bash, will take place on June 26th. This environmental sustainability coordinator states that the Upper Valley EV Expo will be happening at Lyman Park on September 6th from 11 to 4. This will be a great event for those interested in all aspects of EV vehicles. The Hartford Parks and Rec will also be displaying their electric mowers and park maintenance equipment. Planning and Development notes that West Hartford Bridge pedestrian path has seen substantial work completed to date on the bridge restriping for the new pedestrian path. The Public Works Department states that highway staff continue with repairs to road shoulder washouts and other damage from the recent heavy rain events, to include rebuilding a portion of Bedell Road. With respect to the Quechee pollution abatement plant, they've responded to an emergency regarding the failure of a control panel interface monitor and the failure of number one pump at the Mill Run pump station that required the services of a contractor to correct a potential environmental overflow situation. The fire department has several things that I'd like to highlight because they're very significant. On June 6th, the fire department held its annual awards and badge pinning ceremony. The following employees were recognized. Matthew McCabe, Nick Alden, and Greg Stoughton were sworn in as firefighters. Taylor Wilkins received his promotion to lieutenant. Brett Quillia received his promotion to captain. The Life Saving Award went to Captain Doobie, Lieutenant Collins, firefighter Wilkins, firefighter Snelling, and firefighter Daughter. The Life Saving Award went to firefighter / paramedic Dylan Mock. The unit citation had to do with a July 10th, 2024 event involving members of the Hartford Fire Department Swiftwater Rescue Team, which answered the call when Hurricane Beryl devastated northern Vermont, leaving communities in crisis and lives in peril. They initially deployed to Berry City, and then to Groton, and then to Lyndonville. But all told, this team directly impacted the lives of 22 Vermonters and their pets during their times of greatest need. Their resilience, professionalism, and teamwork under hazardous conditions demonstrates not only their skill, but their unwavering commitment to the people they serve. And finally, Michelle Wheatley received the Firefighter of the Year Award for her lengthy and unwavering commitment to their organization. Police Department coordinated the Law Enforcement Special Olympics Torch Run, which was successful this year. It's kind of the resumption after a period of not doing that torch run for a few years. So they're all pleased to be back on with that event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Okay, so I think we are ready to move on to Parks and Recs Commission update.
Scott's going to set up the PowerPoint.
Okay, why don't you introduce yourself?
So my name is David Crocco. I am the chairperson for the Parks and Rec Commission. This is my third year doing it, and I've been a member of the commission for 7 years.
I bet a lot of people have been using the pool these last.
It was busy yesterday. It was so busy.
Mary, may I say something to Dave? Dave, hi, I'm Ashley, and we haven't met in person yet. I'm the liaison, the new liaison to the Parks and Rec Commission, but I have not been able to make a meeting yet, unfortunately.
Well, it's good to meet you.
Yes, it's good to meet you, and I'm really eager to come to the next meeting.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was like school children conflicts but.
Well, our next meeting, we don't, and I'll mention this, but we generally don't have a July meeting, but we do try to go to a Nighthawks game. So at least a couple of us will be at the July 11th Nighthawks game if you would like to come meet some of us there.
Yeah, I will put that in my calendar. Thank you.
Sit.
Of course, I'll be out of town on July 11th. August then.
You're the host now. It says host disabled.
You disabled me.
What? I swear I didn't disable you.
It says disabled participant
Yeah, she
screen.
has to just enable you.
Okay.
Oh, I see, okay. Okay, fix it.
Excellent.
There you go.
So I've already introduced myself, so we can skip to the next slide. And again, we meet every second Thursday of the month, except in July when we try to do the Nighthawks game. Next slide. And then the current members are Brett Mayfield, Tom McCleary, Allison Childs, Nikki Boyle, Joseph Denny, Aaron Weatherall, and Ashley Andreas is our select-board liaison. And also, before I go further, I would like to thank Margaret from the Parks Department for making this slide. I think she did a really good job. Okay, so before I get into what we do as a commission, I would like to take the time to just highlight some of the amazing things the Parks Department has done. One of the big ones is they were recently reaccredited with CAPRA, which is the Commission for Accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agencies. And they are the only Parks Department in the state of Vermont that has that accreditation. And it shows the quality of work they do. During the audit, they had 0 hits on fundamental issues and 1 hit on the remaining 160-ish minor items. Another notable accomplishment is Tatum Barnes, a recreational specialist with the department, was honored by the Vermont Recreation and Parks Association for the work he does for the town. The honor he received is for individuals under the age of 40 who demonstrate leadership, creativity, and who make significant contributions to the profession. And it's not only the employees of the Parks Department that are doing good things for the town. This past year, we had more than 200 volunteers who put in more than 4,500 hours of service, which equates to about $150,000 in value to the town. And I think those are all things that should be highlighted. Okay, so at this point, I'm supposed to update you on the work we do and the issues facing our commission. While our primary function is to provide citizen oversight to the Parks Department, our current big project is to determine if the citizens of the town would like a rec center. And if so, what would that rec center look like? And so the rest of my time will be spent talking about what we've done so far with that. So from October 2024 to February this year, we conducted a 10-question survey. The survey was designed to determine if people wanted a rec center, what activities they wanted if they wanted a rec center, and where they thought a rec center should go. We had 417 responses, which, given the size of our town, we considered statistically significant, and we think it's the results are valid. Then the next few slides will discuss some of the findings. So 77% of respondents expressed strong support for an indoor rec center. There was significant interest in having activities for a broad range of ages, from young children to older adults. And there was an emphasis on affordable indoor activities for those who can't access the private facilities we have, given the costs. Next slide. Again, a lot of respondents pointed out the need for a more affordable indoor recreation. Additionally, respondents wanted to see a wide range of activities in any future potential rec center, with indoor walking track, teen activity spaces, a place for crafts, and a weight room cardio area being the 4 most cited features of a rec center. Next slide. And then for the when they were allowed to suggest locations, the 3 most commonly cited locations were near the high school, on Sykes Avenue, on White River Junction, and near property on town property near the VA. Also, in order to move this project into the next phase, we will need help from collaborators. And dozens of respondents named themselves, their organizations, or other local groups as willing collaborators. Next slide, please. So, and this brings us to where the stage we're at now. Now that we know there's a significant interest in the town having a rec center, our next step is to create a working group consisting of people or businesses who are interested in seeing a rec center developed. The goal of this working group will be to determine the viability of the rec center, the availability of funding outside of tax dollars, and to start the process of hammering out the initial details. So next slide. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
I do have.
Oh, Ashley has.
Sorry, I was soaking it all in. Yeah, I guess my question is, and I'm new to the board this year, is kind of where this idea originated. Like, was it something that came up in public forum or board meetings or in the, people coming to the Parks Department?
So one of the things we do is review documents that the Parks Department develops. And at some point before my time on the commission, someone made it a goal of the commission to determine if the town wanted a rec center. Not necessarily to get one off the ground, to just see if there was interest, and if so, see if it was viable. So to answer your question, I don't really know where it originally originated from, but I first saw it as one of our goals, and so I decided to take that on.
And then I have a follow-up to that, which is just if the next phase of work that you're doing will, I guess really, if the entire scope is just the construction of a new facility, or if it will include kind of the concept of like partnering with other existing facilities, like we have the Aquatic Center in Hartford. If it's like this is really meant to be its own standalone new building, or if this is maybe something that morphs into a collaboration with other existing businesses or entities.
So at this point, I can't answer that. I mean, because to close off any option, I think might do a disservice to the kind of the track we might end up on. And that's really what the working group is. The goal of that working group is to have a wide variety of people with those ideas and to see what's viable. Because I know in the commission, an example is like people would love the idea of turning Data Man into a rec center, but it's just too small of a building. So like kind of those questions need to be answered, and we just all the surveys done has told us that there is an interest, and starting to answer those questions is really the next step.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of things. First, can we get a copy of these slides? I don't think they were included in the packet, were they?
I did not see them until tonight.
Okay. It would be helpful to get a copy of them just for future reference. And secondly, I guess, David, right?
Yes.
You've used the word viable a few times. Can you expand on what that means?
Well, the way I'm using it here, given how early we are, I mean it in the broadest possible sense. Financially, location, can we get something together? Like, let's say we find a location, and let's say we can finance it. Can we do it in a way that actually satisfies the needs of the town and the people and what they actually wanted? I don't know what we can actually accomplish because we haven't done the research on it. So viable in this situation, I mean, in the absolute broadest sense. Did that answer your question?
That's helpful, thank you. And in the context of financial viability, how do you see that conversation going forward?
I see that conversation beginning with the focus group. That's the focus group is really going to do the next. Anything beyond the question of whether or not the citizens of the town would like to see a rec center, I don't have answers for yet. That's the stage we're at.
Okay, I guess I ask these questions from the perspective of not only a board member, but a taxpayer.
Absolutely.
And understanding where we are and where we're headed with increasing intensity of storms and the consequential damage and cleanup and repairs and inflation and other wants and needs. And so I got a little anxious, to say the least, when we start talking about items that are nice to have, and it would be nice to have. And when I was campaigning to sit in this seat, that survey was recently released, and I recall speaking to people that said basically the same thing. It would be nice to have, but it didn't seem high on their priority list. So I think the 417 responses that you got is important data and shouldn't be ignored. The context of where we're heading, not only as a town, but as a society, as a civilization, I think we're going to have to prioritize some things, and I think I urge caution in terms of the amount of money that the commission would expect from taxpayers, not only on the capital side of things, but on the operational side as well.
Absolutely, and I'd like to say two things about that. The first one is we did see those concerns in the survey, and we are aware of them. And we are keeping that in our heads as we move forward. And in fact, we released the survey we did in the way we did in an effort to, we haven't spent any money on this. This is just time, and we're really trying to do this in a way that does not unnecessarily spend money. I mean, that's absolutely at our forefront. The second thing that we've discussed in terms of, you're talking about the storms. This was just a brief discussion, so maybe a little premature, but there is an organization in the town that is concerned with having shelters that will withstand storms or heat waves for people to go in. And one of the potential ideas is to piggyback with them and create a rec center that can meet those sheltering needs, and hopefully have more resources to do that, create more resources to get the things we want while also getting the things we need.
Okay. Yeah, I think multi-purpose, multifunction spaces make a lot of sense. And lastly, thank you for your service.
Absolutely.
And your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Sorry, one more question.
No, go ahead.
I was just wondering if you had a timeline yet for the working group and what type of folks you would be looking for to join said group.
So we don't have a timeline because there's no July meeting. So that is the next step. But we are really looking for anyone who wants to be there and can offer something. And by something, we mean time, we mean knowledge on writing grants, we mean even just somebody with money, like a business who does want to put up money, or anybody who was willing to put in the effort to see this thing move forward, that can offer something.
Thank you.
Brendan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, David. I heard you say that the Data Man facility there in Wilder is a little too small, and I hear that if you're thinking one facility for the entire town of Hartford, that's probably correct. But I've been thinking like if we have a facility that requires people to travel to it 4 miles or 7.5 miles in order to use the services at that facility, it doesn't really do the same things in terms of building the community around that facility that you could get from a place that is 4 or 8 blocks away that you could walk to. And we have a few communities here that are fairly walkable if only they had the right services, in them. I'm talking about density of housing. And if we want the right services in those communities that are fairly dense already, if we want places to buy food, places to go to the doctor and do your other things that you need to do, like it stands to reason that that Parks and Rec could be part of that movement. It could be, in other words, we could have micro presences of Parks and Rec, and that could just be really beneficial to start. I mean, maybe it starts a small wave, of walkability. I'm just thinking out loud here, but in other words, I just hope that you and the others on the committee consider that it may not have to be one large facility for the entire town. It could be smaller ones.
Absolutely. I'll make sure that we specifically mention thinking about that as we move forward.
Is there anybody online, Brandon? Thank you, Dave.
All right. Thank you.
Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Okay. I'm going to close as the select board and open as the public hearing for our next agenda item. That's continued consideration and adoption of amended parking ordinance. And I had talked with Lori Hirschfeld this past week and felt it was important for newer select board members and people who've been around a little bit to get the background of why parking meters in the first place, what was the goal? Because I was afraid sometimes in the last meeting that maybe we got into the weeds on something, and I just wanted to find out what was the history behind this movement for parking meters. And so Lori said she'd address that.
Sorry.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. It's just juggling seats here. I think what we talked about is there's a long history as to the origins of why do we need to have parking meters. And I don't really, I just want to preface that by saying this hearing is not about, this presentation this evening is not about should we have parking meters or not. That decision was made a very long time ago. But I understand what you were saying in that there were some questions that people had, and this is the culmination of that. So over the course of over more than 10 years, we have been discussing parking and how do we manage parking. And as downtown has redeveloped over the last 15 or so, 20 years, obviously we're seeing more activity in the downtown, and that brings more people coming in through vehicles. We also have done quite a bit to look at how can we get more people in the downtown, but not necessarily through the vehicle method of transportation. And there have been efforts throughout time of increasing our multimodal opportunities, and also through car sharing and walking and biking. So this is not intended to dominate what our modes of transportation are, but to manage it better. And one of the things that we've discovered over the years as we're doing our parking counts, and we do that 3 times a year, is that we do have areas where it tends to be, and times of the day and times of the week, where we tend to have areas that are highly used and areas when they're not highly used. But on all of those times, we continue to run into the issue of are people respecting and able to observe the 2-hour parking that we have? And more we've gotten complaints over the last several years of why is this town not enforcing that? I'll leave that explanation up to the police department because I can fill you in on some of the legal challenges there. But the bottom line is that we needed to find a way where we could ensure that we have the enforcement that people are asking for. And also we have the changeover in the number of parking spaces that are being used and available to the general public and not being used by individuals who are working all day there or just keeping their car all the time in a particular area where it's a 2-hour parking zone. So that's sort of the quick and dirty behind it. With that process, we had a lot of community input through a variety of ways, but so that's where we are.
Thank
and
you.
not every area in the downtown is
right.
Meter, so.
Thank you. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Lori. Can you just give us a brief summary of some of the input that you've received from downtown stakeholders and business owners and some of the discussions that you've had with them, just to help us understand what that discourse has been like over the past, whatever it might be, year,
Well, so
2 years?
In talking with a lot of and I'm even going back now, it's probably to 2017, 16, when we did a fairly comprehensive evaluation of it. And we had committees that were made up of ad hoc committees that were made up of the businesses and people who also were coming into the downtown and so forth, as merchants and people who lived here and people who were also just coming as, to shop, or somebody who was a visitor staying at the Hotel Coolidge. And what we found is that as much as people didn't want to go to the meter system, they knew that that was the kind of the way we had to go. We had individuals that were businesses and had said, well, it's easier for me to just, you know, park there all day and maybe I'll get a ticket, maybe I won't, but it's only $7, you know, so what's the big deal? You know, I need to have that space, so I'll pay the money for that. And, you know, and then they were the same people who were at the end of our conversations over the course of that planning process, we're saying, but we got to put meters in here. We've got to do something because, you know, it's, I'm telling you, that's how I'm doing it now, but it's not the best way to manage our parking. So, and then as time has progressed over the years, a lot of the businesses do realize that they need to have that changeover. And this is the best way to achieve that, is to make sure, and people do respect parking meters. When you have to go and feed a meter, or you know that your time is up in an hour or 2 hours, people are aware of that and they're more attentive to it. And that's just sort of industry results that we find, you know, if you talk to other communities and you just look at it from a statistical perspective.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, so Ashley?
Thank you, Lori. I was also wondering on the community feedback piece, we had this item on the ballot at one point a couple of years ago. So I'm curious, and I know, I'm sorry I wasn't able to be here last meeting when we started this conversation. My understanding was that it was voted down. And so I'm trying to wrap my head around why we have parking meters if the town voted no.
So the parking meter was not a referendum. Should we have parking or should we not have parking? It was, the decision had been made by the select board to go ahead with the parking through other public meetings here. And then the question was, what's the mechanism for funding? And that's what was on the, that's what was on the ballot.
It was, should we use
It was
the
on
lot
the
funding?
local option tax.
Right.
Okay.
And this is to be funded by ARPA funds.
Right.
Your confusion reflects the many people in town, as you know, that were very confused about that. And so I think that prompted us to make a lot of effort in terms of how we described the local option tax ballot questions to make it clear what exactly we were asking.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough because I understand why the lot funding is raised on the budget the way that it is, but I think with an issue like this, and I could see this being an issue with any item, is that the voter isn't just seeing the dollar amount or the funding bucket, they're seeing that item maybe for the first time. And so we don't, and I think this goes back to Tim's comment, is that I really don't think we're doing a good job communicating with the community, whereas they think, oh, I saw parking meters on the ballot and I said no, and the whole town said no, but we're getting parking meters. So like, I think that's a failing, you know, on the board to communicate to folks better, whether they're voting on a dollar amount, whether they're voting on the source of the funding, or whether they're voting on the item itself. So yeah, just wanted to state that I agree with that, that I thought that we voted against parking meters, not just where it would be funded from.
Another question. I don't have the email right in front of me, but I just was wondering if we have at any follow-up. There was someone who I believe was a member of the zoning commission who wrote to us about the property that was approved, the new development. I think it's over like Fontanalis now, I think is the building they're referring to. And the zoning commission had approved it with the understanding that residents could park on the street, and now they won't be able to. Okay.
That was a mistake. So first of all, it was planning commission, and so I just want to get things clear.
Yeah.
So it was the planning commission, and those decisions were related to, and it's not on-street parking, it is in the South Main Street parking lot, which is not going to be a metered lot. It is a space that continues to be open and available to people within the context of any municipal lot, but it's not on a timed meter system.
Okay, so there still are the appropriate number of resident spaces available in a lot that will not include meters.
Well, I can't guarantee that there are going to be enough of those parking spaces for anyone when 132, for example, I think was one of the ones that was being questioned. And that conversation went back and forth quite a bit. And the property owner there said, well, we're only going to have one parking space needed per dwelling unit. And there was a lot of discussion back and forth of other options that they could have on parking that is on private property as opposed to on the public property, because we can't guarantee that every person at every time of the day is going to be able to find parking within that spot for 24/7 parking. So when development has occurred, we have very specifically looked at what are the parking counts that we have, what times of the day, what are your expectations of your tenants, what's the size of the dwelling units. All of those things were looked at fairly extensively and went back and forth with a lot of discussion with the property owner and the public, so that there was a clear understanding. And to the extent that in that particular thing, it's actually one of the requirements that they have to provide a shared vehicle for their tenants to use if they need to have transportation, but they don't have that second parking space, for example. So there were some things that were put in place for transportation demand management for some of the particular buildings that when you put in new development, you have to consider the fact that not everyone there is going to get 2 parking spaces.
All right. Thank you. You're on.
All right. So taking into consideration the last meeting, Will went through, basically revamped the ordinance to reflect some of the things that Mike had mentioned, the strikeouts, just to make it a little bit more readable for you guys. And it was changed, so the holidays are exempt at the request of the board. Saturdays and Sundays are exempt as well, and the fines were reduced to $11.
And are these, somebody asked me this question, holidays. Do we go by Vermont holidays? Do we go by town holidays?
Which honestly, I don't think we made a decision on that. I would suspect we'd go by town holidays would be what I would expect.
Yeah.
That was my assumption, was that it was by town holidays. And I mean, I think it's a matter of just setting the meter on whatever dates we want to identify as holidays.
Okay.
So that, or the meter, the kiosk, excuse me, so that when you go up to the screen to pay, it says, you know, holiday free parking or whatever it says. So that's sort of
easiest.
Yeah, I think town holidays makes perfect sense.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions related to this or anything else? I did have a question when I was reading, and I'm not, I think it's also related to parking, but I'm not quite sure. The one about the abandoned vehicles. So what happens if it's an abandoned vehicle? Does it get a ticket then? Or is it, you know, I got confused because I didn't know what the consequence was because there were 2 possibilities for, you know, the definition of abandoned vehicle. It was in red.
So we have the definition in there. And that relates to, there are times when we reference abandoned vehicles, how you can't abandon a vehicle or park in our town parking lots, and those would be removed.
Okay.
That would be our.
Yeah, that was Article 2.
Our mechanism would be to call.
Okay,
correct.
So it doesn't get the consequences removal of it. They don't get a ticket as a result. Okay, just want to make clear because I was trying to, in my mind, try to figure out if it had a connection. Thank you. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This time around, I just have a single question for you. So there's reference in this to the South Main Street and Maple Street parking lots and other lots as well, but those 2 in particular. Is there anywhere where we define the location of those so that we're really clear on? Because I think the South Main Street one is often referred to as the one behind the like the Legion building or
VFW.
Right. Like usually people say, oh, the South Main Street parking lot. And then someone else says, oh, the one behind the, you know, so like clearly the definition doesn't stick. And so I'm just wondering if it makes sense somewhere to actually have like this parking lot is at the intersection of these 2 streets or whatever. That's really my only comment is It's because the South Main Street parking lot is never recognized, like someone else always has to sort of amend to that description.
We can certainly add that. It might even, this might be a little too technical, but just drop it in as a GPS, the coordinates, so that way there's no mistake as to where it is.
That's a great idea.
I mean, I'm not trying to be too technical, but that might be the best way to do it if there's not.
And every time I talk about parking, I don't know what South Main Street means, and I don't know either. I need
There you
an
go.
explanation every time,
Yeah.
because nothing sticks for me.
Also,
Right.
yeah, if you're standing on South Main Street, you can't really see that part.
Well, to
And
me,
then there's
it's
the one
old
that
Legion
is on
parking
South
lot.
Right.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
you know, it depends on how long you've been in town too.
Yeah.
You know, with what we do, you know, describe things as, but I think that might be the easiest way, unless, I don't know, Lori, if we have specific addresses for those parking lots on town record.
There may be for some of them, it depends on if there's a structure on it, for example.
Okay.
So we can come up with a way. I think that that would fall within the purview of, a clarification.
technical
a technical
adjustment.
amendment into the document as opposed to,
Yeah.
and I wrote that down here too, identifying locations.
Okay, that's great. Ashley?
Yeah, could we name the parking lot?
Well, technically, so that's what I'm saying. These are the official titles.
South
of-
Main Street?
South
Yes.
Main Street, and those are the official titles somewhere where we did the research over the years.
Okay.
And the town square parking lot is the one that people years ago used to refer to as the South Main Street or David Briggs, or the Briggs Park.
Which one is that?
That's the one right across from the Coolidge.
Oh,
And
okay.
that is
The one
town
that
square.
got
So
rid of
these
it.
are actually their official names.
Oh.
They're just ones that were never really used or they were interchanged.
Yeah, maybe we need like little signs or something. I'm just saying.
Well, no,
like-
actually, that's one of the things I was thinking of
Oh,
writing down
nice.
too, is that in our publicity and our outreach
The
on this,
history.
we're gonna include those names so that people, we're gonna have maps and all kinds of stuff like that. They're gonna be getting out to folks and people can put in their businesses and all kinds of stuff. And online, people can click on stuff and they can see all of this.
Nice.
So.
There are no other questions.
We have some folks online.
Is there anybody online?
Yeah, Mike,
Okay.
go ahead.
Mike, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, thank you very much, Mike Morris, Hartford, Vermont. With the parking meter situation many years ago, it was discussed, particularly during COVID, and a lot of the local restaurants, whatever, were having a lot of takeout orders created. And with the meters, I gave an example where I was trying to settle my daughter's estate, and every time I went up to Woodstock to park and run in and just drop off a piece of paper, I had to put money in the meter. And I mean, there literally was several times I went up there and I was not parked there 3 minutes or 5 minutes, if 10. And there was a suggestion was made to have the first 15 minutes free, particularly for someone going to picking up a takeout order at the Tucker Box or any other place down in White River, so they didn't have to pay for a meter. Has that been taken into consideration at all with these meters to help out the businesses in downtown White River, making it more welcoming? Because I feel Woodstock is unwelcoming for those reasons. So has that been a discussion at all with anybody?
Thank you, Mike.
Do you want to do that?
It wasn't anything that we took into consideration when we were doing this, but and I know accessibility, so this wouldn't be, you know, the best option for everybody, but the South Main parking lot would be available downtown for people
Right.
that's not metered. But again, accessibility, I understand that.
So the one thing I just can point out that because of the software capabilities that we have, there are a lot of flexibility on things that can be done. I know that it becomes a programming factor, but I know that we talked about what's the advantage or disadvantages of that. And then it's when does the 15-minute start becomes a challenge in terms of the recording system. So within the software. So, but if that's something that the board really feels strongly about, we could look into the software capacity to do that, but I'm not sure that police department is still that favorable about that. I can't speak to.
I think it does seem smart that, people can move over to the South Main parking lot. I mean, it's pretty easily walkable downtown for, picking something up from like the pizza shop or something like that. I don't know. Miranda?
I guess if the board, if everyone else would agree to that, I would like to see if that would be a possibility. I think that's a great idea, Mike. It is walkable, but I do fear that I mean, do you really want to walk all the way down the street if you're really just grabbing coffee from Tucker Box, you're gonna be 5 minutes. Are you gonna do that in the winter? Are you gonna do that when it's really hot? Just trying to think about ways that we can potentially, maybe the parking spots are all taken up and people are all paid and they're all being used anyway, so you do have to go down the street and park, but yeah, I would just if it's a possibility, I think I would like to see if it's something we could do.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I would echo that sentiment, and I think the interesting thing is it's not inconsistent with the objective, which is to get people to move. It's consistent. In fact, it doesn't go against that, right? If the first 15 minutes are free, and I think it's just a convenience thing, right? So if we can make life easy and convenient, let's do it. I do understand. I think Lori has raised a good point about when does the 15 minutes start, and so maybe there's a technical sort of conversation to be had. Maybe not even here tonight, but I would be in support of doing that.
Brendan?
Yes, if we're just each of us is kind of weighing in, I'd also be in support of it. Although, I might default, have my first preference be something like 10 minutes, just because I think I know that it's not going to take longer than 10 minutes to just run in someplace and get something and run out.
Mike, you had a question?
Could I speak again?
Yes.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that support. I mean, the thing that really got me was, like I said, I would go to Woodstock, and every time I went, I had to make sure I had change. I had to find a parking space, and then I had to make sure I got back. But it's very unwelcoming for somebody to, especially during a takeout, when you're going to go sit down to eat dinner or lunch or whatever, and you pay for your meter, I think is expected. I understood that these meters were like smart meters. If someone pulls up in front of it, it kind of alerts the meter that a vehicle is parked there. Maybe I'm wrong, but
No, we could not do that. It was a super expensive option.
Okay.
Each state would have
I won't
had
talk.
to
Go ahead.
add a sensor. Yeah.
No, you go ahead, Laura. You take over.
No, I just,
Oh,
I.
all right, no, I wasn't there, but that's okay. I am now. Thank you.
We wanted to do that.
It's also kiosks, not meters.
Yeah, and they're
So
not
it's-
individual meters, it's the
so-
big
okay.
kiosk. So we had looked into that and what could we do, and because that wasn't an avenue we were going down originally.
Ashley?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, Mike, were you done?
No, I was not, but I am now after being interrupted. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely am in big support of having, I think 15 minutes makes sense because you just never know. When something you go to pick up a takeout order, and hopefully you're not waiting there for 15 minutes, but there's a line or, whatever. But whether it's 10 or 15 minutes, I think, 10 at the absolute minimum. To the accessibility piece, I think it is a convenience thing, but also we just did our pledge to make our community friendly and accessible to disabled folks. And it isn't really accessible to a person with a physical disability to go park, or, and I know there are handicap spots, but there's not always it's just not acceptable to say like, oh, well, it's accessible if you go drive down to South Main Street. Everybody else can walk, but you know, I don't know. It just feels like it's not only inaccessible, it's not only a convenience factor, but it could make it harder for people with different abilities to just come downtown and grab a coffee or grab some takeout. So yeah, I was inclined to vote against the proposed changes to the ordinance. While I know that this is not a vote as to whether or not to have parking meters, I'm so opposed to it because I believe that the vast majority of residents are opposed to it, that I just really don't feel good about it. And I am having a hard time, you know, morally saying like, yeah, have these details on this thing that I just don't support. But if there's potentially this ability to make it a little more accessible to more people, then I'm inclined to support it.
On the topic of accessibility and handicap parking, Vermont state law does not allow for violations of time for handicap spots. So I don't know how we're gonna deal with that specifically so that those spots are not just monopolized by someone with a handicap placard, but if you have a placard or a plate, there'll be no 2-hour parking violations.
Even
Vermont
if you're
state,
parked in a regular.
Vermont state, if you're in a handicap spot.
If you're in a handicap spot.
Handicap spots with handicap placards or plates cannot be fined for time limit violations. And so.
But if somebody had a handicap placard or plate and was in a non-handicap spot, they could still be.
That's an interesting one. I think I may just my own self, and this is more of a process issue of how we enforce this. I think if you said someone with a handicap placard in one of the other spots, say right along the front there in front of Tucker Box and all of the other businesses there, and it was just sort of our process to not write those people timed tickets, I think that would be a reasonable expectation, though those handicap spots would not then be as accessible. They wouldn't meet their accessibility requirements for those spots, but I think it's perfectly reasonable, just as an internal process that we do, train the parking person, train anyone else who's going to be writing parking tickets, to not write a time violation for a placard or plated vehicle if it's in not a handicap spot, but one of the other spots in front. I don't think that that's an unreasonable process issue that we don't necessarily need to tackle in the ordinance. It's just sort of the way we deal with that violation or lack thereof.
So thank you.
Would be my thought.
Okay, are there any other questions?
Yes.
Okay,
Michelle, go ahead.
go ahead, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle Bolesky, White River Junction. Thanks for letting me speak. So the only thing I'm a little confused about is why you would have free parking on Saturday, because that seems to be a prime retail day. That would be probably a prime day for people using Northern Stage. And a lot of people that do come into our town are from Hanover and Norwich and other a little bit more affluent places. So I would think that they could afford the parking. And so that was just my thought. And I know because of, there was a lot of variances when a lot of these properties were developed. We're at this point now where we have to figure out how to support the businesses that are there. So unfortunately, I think metered parking is a solution. And thank you, Ashley, for mentioning handicap, because I have to have double knee replacements and I have degenerative arthritis in my back. And so I don't go downtown anymore because of the parking and the lack of parking. I rarely go down there because it's a real struggle. So anyway, I just think I think Sunday is great. Most places do, but I think Saturday is prime retail day. It's, people have off that day. People go shopping. They come to the restaurants in our town. They go to the plays. And I think that I think would be, that would be a busier day. So to me, it seems like the meters might facilitate movement. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle.
Can anyone
Uh,
speak to
Peter,
that?
you're gonna need to.
Yeah, actually, a quick correction.
Can you come up to the podium, please, and introduce yourself?
It's a quick one. Yeah, Pete Zandron, White River Junction. And to correct and elaborate on what Ashley said about the handicap issue, as a person who has a visual handicap, I know by law that certain handicaps, like visual impairments and certain other sensory and mobility, you cannot operate a vehicle. And in some cases, and this is why I brought up the threat issue, having to correct what Connie's colleagues were acting yesterday, as well as the safety and threats issue. Because one, we have had some social workers try to hustle me and other people into getting a handicap placard. And by law, if you try to get a handicap placard and you don't operate a vehicle, your ass is going to jail. And to further elaborate, those of us who have to walk, I mean, and as I said, with the way things have been going in the wake of the protests, there was some troublemakers were ejected from around here who had made trouble, like what happened with the food stamps and the housing voucher program coming back. We've had to carry extra protection now because the HPD has not been providing adequate protection for us. They don't realize when you have a sensory disability that it can impair you and people can be taken advantage of. Just because a person's not able to say they're in distress doesn't mean they are. And sometimes saying that you have an impairment will make you a bigger target.
Thank you, Peter. Ashley?
Thank you. I was just wondering if anyone who was here last time around could speak to why Saturdays are excluded. I also was wondering that.
Well,
Seemed to be the majority's wishes on the board.
right.
Is there a reasoning behind? I'm just trying to understand the thought
Well, and
process.
I just think, I know, like Kim called in, Kim Souza, and she directed that she felt it would affect shoppers in the downtown area. And I think other board members thought, well, if we're gonna do Saturdays, first of all, then we add in the holidays.
Okay.
So it went from Sundays to Saturdays and Sundays and then holidays. If that's my understanding.
If I recall, the reasoning was that this is less about a money-making proposition and more about just making sure that spots are turned over. And so Saturday increases the shoppers coming downtown and not having to pay for parking, but the whole process allows for those spots to turn over. So it's because it's less about a money-making proposition for the town. Saturday was proposed as well.
Sure.
Yes, Eric?
Yeah, I think Sergeant Bernardi made one of the points that I was going to make. The other was that, I see this as a process that we have to ease into. And the argument against, or the argument for omitting or exempting Saturdays made sense to me and as part of a transitional process. See how it goes. That's how I feel about this metering, is that we might need to revisit this in a period of time just to understand how it's working and what adjustments we want to make. So I was in support of exempting Saturdays as well.
Yeah, I just do find it interesting that I think that is the day that it would affect people who don't live in and work in downtown White River, whereas the hours that it will be enforced is going to almost exclusively affect people who live or work in downtown White River. And I just feel like it's like a punishment for, residents and employees to free up spots for people to come shop. But then we're saying on the days that most people come shop, we're not going to charge for it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, Miranda?
Is the 2-hour time limit still in effect even when parking is not being charged? So on Saturdays and Sundays is the expectation that people like how it is right now. You know, it says 2-hour parking, please.
I mean, it's not gonna be enforced, but I would say that, well,
No, I disagree with that. It's not, it's not a parking time or restriction. And my understanding has always been that the parking meters are there and the effective times is when it should be metered. And if we're not going to, if we're gonna have it as a day of no metering, then you can't charge people for it. You have to have the enforcement tied to the time periods in which it's restricted parking. And I think if you go into a method of having it saying it's 2-hour parking, but it's not enforceable through the meters, then there becomes an expectation that then it's not being enforced. So I think you just say it's not a meter day. And if in sometime in the future, when you want to revisit it, that would have to be, change what's on the kiosks and do some changes to the signage. Because it just, to me, it runs counter to the objective. So, and that was my understanding
Right.
when we said no meters means it's a free time.
right,
Yeah,
that's,
okay.
that's what I was saying.
No, it sounded, oh, I'm sorry. It sounded to me as if you were saying it would be there for 2 hours, but we wouldn't enforce it.
Well, our parking enforcement officer is gonna work Monday through Friday. So our weekends is gonna be up to the police officers. It's gonna be difficult for them with all their other duties to go down and worry about parking every 2 hours.
Okay, but we're gonna say
And we
it's,
wouldn't know who was violating.
right, so, but I think we are saying the same thing, that we're
Yeah.
not going, the signs will say Monday through Friday,
Right,
9 to 5.
Right.
Right, okay.
Yeah, because that just also feels like, to me, like, I agree with your point, Ashley, that like, it also feels like a day where people are gonna spend most of their time downtown and not be moving their cars is Saturday. And so their cars are gonna sit there for a longer amount of time. And versus like during the week where people probably, I'm assuming, move their cars more often than they would on the weekend. I don't know if that's a fact, though. I don't know if any of the parking studies or like the trends that you were kind of researching said differently.
Well, it's a little bit of a challenge sometimes because with people working remotely. But there are a lot of businesses in our downtown that, have people coming and going all the time. And we don't have a lot of businesses in the downtown necessarily that we can measure that against. And we don't really have a clear understanding of how many people are working at home. So that's a hard number to get.
We have some folks online again.
Okay. Disable again.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Michelle.
Michelle, go.
All right, Michelle Bolesky, White River Junction, Vermont. And I just want to say, Ashley, thank you so much for bringing up that topic through a lens of equity, because that's the way I'm looking at it. And I think, there's some great suggestions. I think, this is, we're just starting out. So maybe what Eric proposed is, to do it this way and then see, and then you can adjust it. But I also think it's important to have, when you're making decisions like that, data is so important. You guys are taking Kim's opinion and then you're making policy and procedure. And that's just one business owner. So, it might be helpful to talk to other business owners or have a survey or gather the data so you can make your decisions on data and not just feelings or guessing. So anyway, that's all for me. And thank you for letting me share. And I don't even know why I'm commenting on this because I don't go downtown very often. But I do know, somehow it works in Hanover, somehow it works in other towns. And, I think we can do it. Thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. And Kim was in touch with many downtown businesses when she made that comment. So she's very active with the whole downtown White River Junction group.
We've got one. more,
Okay.
sorry. Mike, go ahead.
Hello, Mike Morris, Hartford again. Thank you. Years ago, when there was discussion about meters and the parking situations in downtown, a lot of the concerns and complaints were that of a lot of employees and employers were occupying these spaces. Is there any provisions in this whole thing, particularly on Saturdays, which is supposedly a high retail day, that they will not be parking there? Do they make some sort of agreement with the town to make sure that their employees do not park in those spaces, occupying and slowing up, and hurting downtown business?
So I can say that it continues to be, and Mike will continue to be, an active conversation with businesses that, just like you said, that by them not using those spaces, it not only benefits them as a business, but it benefits their neighboring businesses. So we will continue to make that, we can't require it. I don't see how we can require it necessarily, but it's that partnership that we're asking businesses to do. So, and we will continue to do that and highlight the need to do that.
Any others? Right? Okay. Do I need a motion for the amendment, the suggested
Oh, wait, I'm
amendment?
sorry, there.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Michelle, I didn't realize that you had your hand up, so.
Oh, it's okay. It kept like unraising my hand. Michelle Bolesky, White River Junction. Again, I ask you guys to please look at data. Just because somebody says that they're in communication with other people and they bring it to the board, if I was a board member, I would say, okay, let me talk to those people. It's the same thing with the 1% municipal tax. A lot of people made decisions because a business owner talked to other business owners. I could, when I say, oh, I see something in town, I'm asked to have data. I'm asked to have other people collaborate what I'm sharing. And so that's all I'm asking you guys to do. I'm not doubting the honesty of the person that shared that with you, but I think it's just important to make decisions based on data, based on feedback from other businesses, and really reach out to them and speak to them. And so that's all I'm asking. And can't control what people do or say or think. But I think that to say because somebody said it and they talked to other people isn't a great way to run a town. So thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay.
Okay, we did this time.
What?
No more. We did this.
Okay. I guess we're gonna vote on this.
Someone would need to make a motion to
Right,
adopt the
whether
amended
it's 10
ordinance.
minutes or 15 minutes, and I would just like to say, it's fine whatever way you decide, but I've thought about it, and parking is only $1, and for that amount of time, and I'm going for a cup of coffee, the coffee's gonna cost much more than that. So I'm not too worried about, someone needing 10 minutes or 15 minutes for that. I just think, okay, so we do the 2 hours. I don't even know if then is the parking for 2 hours and 15 minutes? Because, so I mean, to me, I just try and keep things simple. That's all.
So if in the motion, I would say that we still have to figure out the technology of
Right.
doing that with the vendor.
Right.
So perhaps there's the flexibility within the motion to take into consideration that we may run into some challenges with that.
Yep.
And but that's all I just want to offer that up.
Okay.
We can't wait until we know.
So one of the things that we're trying to do is get things moving forward in terms of our 60-day notice. So before it becomes effective, so that we can begin the installation of the meters. So because it's as an ordinance. I think I understand if the will of the board is to extend it for that period of time, then there'd be some flexibility within our motion to that if we run into just technical issues on how to administer that. So, and just to let people know that the meters you can use, you have 3 different methods for payment. It's cash, it can be a parking tap at app, and a credit card.
Okay, I will take a motion on the 10-minute or 15-minute first, and then hopefully we can move to adopt the amended parking ordinance.
Madam Chair,
Ashley?
I move that we amend the vehicles and traffic ordinance. Correct name? Yeah. To include a 15-minute free parking allotment to the parking meter enforcement.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Miranda seconds. All those in favor say aye.
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 And I will vote nay. So that is 5-1. Okay, and do we need the rest of the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
You have to adopt an ordinance.
Right. Okay, so I will take a motion to adopt the ordinance, the amended parking ordinance.
Do we have to end as the public, we have to end the public hearing and reopen as a select board? I'm sorry.
Yes, we will eventually.
Oh,
We're still in
not
the-
here. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's okay.
Just trying to remember everything.
Yeah. So if there's no motion.
If nobody's going to make the motion, there's no action.
Right. Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes,
I'm feeling a little conflicted, honestly. You know, I appreciate that we need to move forward on this. But I'm also hearing that maybe we haven't done our homework. I think it makes sense to use meters. It's a tool. And I also understand that, like the comment I made earlier, that we probably will need to implement a system and make some adjustments over time and figure out how it works because we don't have all the data. So I appreciate that we want to get the notice period started. On the other hand, it doesn't seem super urgent, and it feels like we're hearing comments from the public that suggests that we may not have all the answers. We may need to talk to more people, and it doesn't seem unreasonable to continue the conversation. And I apologize to staff having to come back and revisit this issue again. But maybe it's on me, you know, maybe I haven't done my homework in reaching out to members of the public, and I will take the next 2 weeks to do some of that. But I'm going to move that we table this item for tonight and put it on our next agenda.
is there a second for the movement to table?
I'll second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Is there going to be discussion of this, Madam Chair?
What?
Is there going to
Yes.
be discussion of
Yes.
this? Normally after the motion and
Right,
second,
right,
there's
absolutely.
opportunity for discussion. I'm just quite concerned about this turn of events only because this is no secret. The town has purchased kiosks with ARPA funds. We're ready to install them. The topic has been discussed for numerous weeks. The town is in the process of hiring an enforcement officer, and this kicks the can down the road with, in my mind, very little likelihood that the board will not ultimately adopt an ordinance or an amended ordinance in containing enforcement for meters. Again, we've already purchased them. Previous select board meeting, a board authorized the purchase of these meters in view of an existing demand from town merchants to move vehicles along. So again, I don't wish to step out of my lane. I just want to state a real concern that I have, that we would be careful not to talk ourselves out of a reasonable, rational approach to solving a problem in downtown, that being the scarcity of parking during the work week. So I apologize for making a speech. I should just keep my mouth shut. It's your town. It's your board. You're listening to your public, but that's just my frustration at the moment.
Madam Chair, thank you. If I may just respond to that, I certainly appreciate that, and I will vote in favor of this, but I would like a little bit more opportunity to understand some of the minor details. For example, I had heard resident Mike Morris mention the 15-minute waiver in the past. I had forgotten it, frankly, and him mentioning that for us tonight was helpful. And so, you know, I think a 2-week period to invite other such feedback is basically what I'm feeling that we should do right now. And so that's why I put this, that's why I made the motion to table. But I do understand we've purchased the meters, we've approved this, we're going forward with it. It's more a question of the minor implementation details. And furthermore, this will give staff an opportunity to research that technical question that we had about the 15-minute waiver period. And so yeah, I see it both ways, and it wasn't a gut reaction kind of thing, because I don't really want to talk about this much more.
I'm sure I've got 3 people next to me who agree with you, Eric, on that one.
So my apologies, but I feel like it's part of due diligence.
Brandon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I just ask a question of the panelists here that did we phrase the amendment a few minutes ago that we passed? Did we phrase that in such a way where this new ordinance can only move forward if a technical solution to the first 15 minutes being free is found? Or is it possible for this ordinance to be passed if that technical solution is not found?
So we have to talk to the vendor. We have bi-weekly meetings with them. And it's going to be a question for them. Is this something that you're able to incorporate into the software for us?
I suppose my question is, if they say no, it's not technically possible, and we were to pass this ordinance tonight, does this ordinance remain passed, or does it have to come back before the board because that 15 minutes free is not an option for us?
I see what you're saying.
I think that's up to you as a board to decide whether or not we can go on the primary objective, but if we can't achieve that objective, if you include that within your motion, we can't achieve that objective, then we can still go forward with the ordinance. That depends on how you phrase the approval motion.
I see. All right. Well,
that's my suggestion.
In that case, I may end up abstaining from the motion to table. I know that's what's on the floor right now. But I would vote to pass this motion if phrased in such a way, this motion, sorry, being the ordinance brought before us tonight. If it was phrased, if our motion was phrased in such a way that only allowed the passage, given the technical possibility of the first 15 minutes being free.
I just want to draw your attention to the fact that we tabled, the last time we met, we tabled the motion in order to bring the ordinance back with the days that would be exempt and the cost of the violation. So now I just want to say, we're now adding some more levels to this.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Brandon, I agree. I'm inclined to say the same, that like if we ensure that the 15 minutes goes by, I could support it. But I'm hung up on this Saturday thing, and I appreciate what Eric said, and I will also myself take responsibility. Like maybe I just didn't do my homework enough to understand. You know, and it doesn't help that unfortunately I wasn't able to be here last week or 2 weeks ago. But yeah, I don't feel good about, I don't think this is the kind of thing that you want to change once you implement it. Like we don't want to pass an ordinance and say, oh, parking is free on Saturdays, and then 3 months later say, oh, no, it's not free on Saturdays anymore, and now it's on these days. Like, I think we need to get it right, or at least to the best of our ability. Sorry. Even in a transitionary, you know, lens. Like I agree that it should, you know, it may change at some point, but I think if we all don't feel good about it, which is kind of how it's seeming to me, then we shouldn't, yeah, I don't think that 2 weeks to wait to make sure we all feel good about it and that we're hearing from all the stakeholders that we possibly can. It doesn't sound like that's going to totally derail any of our implementation and installing the meters. And please correct me if I'm wrong in that, if the 2 weeks would derail implementation and installation.
I don't think it would derail it, no.
It just adds to our 60-day warning period.
Right.
Whenever this is ultimately passed, we then warn for 60 days.
Right.
So it's just pushing that down the line. If I could ask for just a piece of clarification. So if tabled to elicit more feedback, would the intent then be at the next meeting to provide that feedback to us for us to make the necessary changes? And then the following meeting would be passage? Because I just fear that the next meeting you then give us guidance, and then the next meeting you vote on it, and then we've kicked it 2 more times.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to take feedback from the board. I don't know though how you would be able to provide that feedback and come to a decision on what you want without then having another meeting. Right? Because any discussion amongst you of those parameters has to be done in open meeting. And then we come back to, unless you say that, you know, all feedback will be then routed to the chair, and she'll sort of feed through that from all of you and determine what's best, unless you designate someone.
That's not the way the system is.
That's not even the way that
set
works.
up to work. Right?
Sorry.
That's okay. I understand
I don't know
you're being creative and
I'm just trying to sort of vet out what this next 2 weeks is gonna then
turn into.
What the product of that is gonna be. So then the next meeting you provide feedback, and then the next meeting you pass it, which is, I mean, I'll be working here in 4 weeks, but my question is simply sort of what's the vision?
end game? The end game.
Yeah, or yeah, what's the plan for the next meeting and the next meeting, and so on, and how do we finish this?
Wouldn't it be possible that at the next meeting, if folks came and we had more feedback, and we could just pass it with amendments?
Yeah.
So it could be passed at the next meeting.
Yeah.
I think we could.
That's what I envisioned.
It's possible. No promises, but
Yeah.
it's
I think
possible.
it could happen
Yeah.
within, by the next meeting. I don't think it would have to go 2 more meetings.
So then you have a discussion and then you come to a decision. You then give that to us, and all you're looking for from us is then to create it with the understanding, this is what we want. And then we don't need another meeting to pass it
Right.
after.
Yep.
Okay.
I'd say we would have a motion to say we'll pass the ordinance with the amendments as discussed. And then we could pass it at that time, and then you could go and make the amendments that we discussed.
Okay, that
Okay,
sense.
but right now we have a motion to table.
We have a public. Go ahead, Mike.
Question, this whole ordeal with the ARPA funds, is there a deadline on that was one question, but couldn't you go ahead and pass the ordinance subject to changes as we find out more information? This way it won't delay the 60-day notice. Or does the 60-day notice have to have every itty bitty little tiny in the weeds detail to the public before you can install the meters and get them working? I mean, we've got the money, we've approved it, installing the meters. I don't know why it would slow it down. Get that moving forward. How they operate and when the price changes, we don't know yet. That's gonna have to be a change down the road. So is there not a way to pass it tonight, subject in with allowing for amendments or changes, you know, next week, the week after, or whatever?
You can install them tomorrow, but you can't enforce them. So
Correct.
we need to know what we'd be enforcing. And that's the whole point of the ordinance being adopted.
But you need to know that 60 days in advance,
Right,
right?
but you have-
Right, because the public needs to have a right to petition if they oppose the new ordinance.
Okay, so my question is, does the ordinance have to have every little itty bitty detail? I don't read in this ordinance where it says it's subject, the prices change yearly voted on by the select board. I mean, how detailed does this proposal have to be in the ordinance, in the notice? Because we're obviously going to make changes.
That's a Lori
somewhere.
Hirschfield question.
I'm looking in our proposed ordinance to see if there's specific.
I can't hear what
language
who is saying.
That you can place. I'm looking to see if we could come up with some language to insert into the document that just says, if we have the technical capability to modify the hours of operation, the days of operation, in accordance to whatever it is that you want as your preference, then we would do that. But I'm not, I mean, it's really up to you whether or not you feel you want to make a decision tonight. And we can go forward with a caveat, basically.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to call the question.
all right. So what do I do with the motion?
There's a motion to table and
Right.
that can be voted on now.
Right, okay, so we're gonna vote on tabling the motion. Okay, I'm gonna do this as a roll call vote. Ashley?
Aye.
Okay, Brandon?
Abstain.
Okay, Ida?
Aye.
Miranda?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Okay, and I vote nay. So the motion to table passes 4-1 and one abstention. Okay, so we need to know, you plan on coming back and gathering information for our next meeting on July 7th? To make a decision then?
July 8th.
July 8th, excuse me, yes.
I plan on I plan on making some inquiries and trying to understand where there are concerns and other possible suggestions or amendments to what we have before us.
Okay.
And if there are none, then moving forward and also looking forward to hearing from staff about the technical capability that we discussed earlier.
Yes.
Okay.
We can get you that well before July 8th.
All right, great. know that that's in order. Thank you very much for coming in, Chief Kelly, Officer Fenari, and Lori Hirschfeld. I really appreciate it. We all do. All the work.
Thank you.
And we will end public hearing and open as select board. And I think we need to take a break.
We just want to make one point clear. Chief Kelly will not be here at the next meeting. I assume Officer Fernari can be.
I can be.
Very
Yes.
good.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will take a brief 5-minute break and then we'll reconvene. And don't forget to sign your names on some of those.
Yes, please.
Okay, we are back. Next item on the agenda is to review, consider, and adopt FY 2026 fee schedule.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. This time of year, at the end of the fiscal year, the beginning of the next, it's our tradition to run our proposed fee schedule by the select board members, highlighting changes from the previous year where appropriate. There are many charges that are not changed, but some that are proposed to be updated, modified, and it's up to the select board to determine whether to approve that. The department heads have previously submitted budgets to some degree based upon the fees that they expect to be able to charge and collect in the future, and this fee schedule reflects their expectations for their own departmental budgets. With that said, you've seen from the materials that I've received fee schedule input from the DPW Chairman Brian Gazda, from Scott Hausler at Parks and Rec, from the Chief of Police, and I believe others, all expressing their proposals in this one collated document. So I'm happy to take any questions that there might be. I do want to point out that Eric Kraus once again has saved my bacon by pointing out an error in my proposed language. He has discerned that the rates we charge to the Bugbee Center span 2 different fiscal years or 2 different calendar years, and therefore needs to be adjusted to account for one taking place in the current year and one taking place in the next calendar year. So my proposed change for the Bugbee rental costs would amount to a total of $5,724.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Eric?
Thanks, John. Is that the number that I had in the
It
email?
is. It
Okay.
is. In fact, I think I'm reading from it.
I think I made a mistake as well. So
do tell.
I think the memorandum says to round up to the nearest whole dollar. And so 103 or 3% increase over 470 is 484 and 10 cents. So it would go up to 485.
Okay.
And so add $6 to that.
Okay. So that'd be
Sorry.
$5,730.
Right.
Thank you for that.
Any questions anybody had? We do have Scott here.
We have a few department heads online if
Yep.
people have questions.
So if anybody has some questions, address the fee schedule. Yes, Ashley?
I have one for Scott for Parks and Rec. On the general youth and adult programs, it is a $20 to $500 fee. Obviously, there's a huge range of what y'all offer. But my question is about in the notes, it says $50 non-refundable deposit if registration is canceled. And that's only for golf, skiing, and HPAC?
So that, thank you for the question. It's kind of related to where you see just above that, the Ventures Camp registration cancellation fee of $25. All the large programs like HPAC, like Camp Ventures, the golf program, and and the skiing program, so they are a higher valued program. It costs more to participate. And we do assess a $50 deposit on some of those camp programs. So that's if you back out after a period of time, that is a non-refundable $50. Where doing away with the $25 cancellation fee and just indicating to folks, if you sign up, you're registering, you pay your $50 deposit. If you don't meet those deadlines and pull out, you lose that deposit, because it takes us, we have to either, if we don't have a waiting list, taking time to try to fill those slots, or if we can't fill those slots, we still sometimes have expenses related to the program because the deadline wasn't met.
Absolutely. Awesome. And does that mean that the ventures, that will still apply to ventures?
Yes. Yep.
As the $50. So it's not that you've
Exactly.
waived the ventures cancellation fee. It's
Right.
just changed to be the same as
Exactly.
the other. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Mhm.
And last follow up to that. I assume that it's really obvious when you sign up on the website, if you're signing up for a program that has that non-refundable deposit,
Yes.
as opposed to not all of the programs do have that.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, anybody have any other questions on the fee schedule or to Scott? Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions related to solid waste. One is with respect to the food scraps, we charge or proposing to charge $5 for a 5-pound bucket of material. I'm just curious as to what the economics of that looks like for the transfer station. Does it, because it seems like it's something we want to encourage. We want to encourage that. We want to make it as easy and convenient as possible for people to not put that material in their municipal solid waste or their trash, but to put it into a bucket or whatever and bring it there and have it recycled. So I'm just curious as to sort of the economics of that at the transfer station, and whether it really costs us the equivalent of $5 to sort of break even on dealing with a 5-pound bucket of material. And my second question is related to the discussion earlier about exempting the permit fee for people that just want to use the facility for recycling, and whether, if we decided to go ahead with that and exempt it, would that change the fee schedule at all, or would that just be sort of outside, extraneous to the fee schedule?
Brian Gaza, I believe, is participating via Zoom tonight, and hopefully he can address those questions. With respect to exemptions for the permit requirement for recycling, there's always, at least in recent memory, according to Brian, in recent years, there's always been a permit requirement for whatever purpose you want to make use of the transfer station for, whether it be garbage or recycling. And I would wonder how we could police a differentiation. So if somebody bought a garbage permit and tiptoed over to recycling, I don't know how we would be able to keep tabs on that with a pretty large facility. But Brian, have you got thoughts on these questions?
Wait, Brian was here, then he dropped, I must have lost connection. Now he's back. Okay, Brian.
Sorry, yeah, I apologize for at the perfect moment I dropped video with you. So I apologize for that delay. To go to the food scraps, currently right now, food scraps are costing us $200 to $225 a month to get rid of them. Prior to that, it was over $1,000 a month when we went through Casella. And what it is that basically just the raise from $4.75 to $5 is just in line with punch cards, because individuals come in and they'll just say food scraps and we say one punch on their card. So it is, I'll be honest with you, it is somewhat of a revenue maker for the transfer station, which we need. But we've been charging for food scraps since we've started accepting them.
And do you have an answer as regarding exempting permits for recycling, the permit requirement? Do you have any thoughts on how we might respond to a proposal that we exempt the permit requiring for people who only want to do recycling?
Yeah, when I heard Mr. Morris bring that up, well, one, we've, for decades now, people that have only used the transfer station for recycling have been paying for permits. That's to me, that's one thing, is that, we've been charging residents for 3 decades, to get rid of their recycling at, long as curbside's been in effect. The economic portion of it is that right now, only really aluminum and cardboard are generating any type of revenue. To get rid of a container of glass, it costs us close to $1,000. So we need revenue to dispose of the recyclable materials. Lastly is, individuals, I guess in my thought concept is how many individuals that are just doing curbside now are going to come to the transfer station and pay that $30 a year. It's actually cheaper than what they were being charged for, having the curbside service. Yes, you got time, gas, and money, but it's actually still a cheaper fee, if you want to say, for that service.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Brian. Follow-up question, I guess, on the food scrap thing. You mentioned, was it $220 a month it costs to process that material currently?
Yeah, that's to have it picked up. Yeah.
And so how many 5-pound buckets are we?
There's 64 gallon totes, Eric. I can't tell you how many 5-pound buckets it takes you to get rid of that. So.
Is some of this, Brian, based upon ease of administration at the transfer station, because that is a cash operation?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, we couldn't, most people utilize punch cards for that. So they'll buy their punch card, and then they'll come in and say, I got 2 bags of trash and I've got my food scraps. Okay, that's, 2 or 3 punches, and off they go. So it is an ease of administration, John, yes.
Well, I appreciate that. But I think it disincentivizes something that we want to encourage. I think it makes more sense to push those costs to municipal solid waste. Charge more for a bag of trash and nothing for food scraps. And maybe even have a second pass for recycling only, or something like that. But that might complicate administration. I think what we want is a system where it's easy and cheap to do the right things, and it costs you more to do the things that we don't want people to do, which is generate lots of trash, right?
But I think for food scraps, it's a very popular program. I don't see where we're disenfranchising people from utilizing the program.
Anybody else have any questions for any of the staff on their fees? Anybody online, Miranda? Okay. And I'll entertain a motion to adopt a FY 2026 fee schedule.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Eric?
I will fill this silence with a motion here. Is there one in the packet? I apologize.
There's not.
There's not.
No.
Okay, then I move that the select board adopt the 2025, is it
2026?
2026 fee schedule as presented, and as including the amendment to the Bugbee Senior Center fee that John mentioned earlier.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ashley seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 6-0. All right, let's move along to consider the adoption of commercial motor vehicle drug and alcohol testing policy.
Thank you and good night to staff, except for Brian Gosda.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, I've asked Brian to stay, and there might be a gentleman named Wade Major in the Zoom. He is our VLCT risk management person, and he has been Brian's liaison at VLCT with regard to their emphasis on the importance for the town to adopt a commercial motor vehicle drug and alcohol testing policy based upon their model policy. In fact, as Wade will point out, they've determined that this is a high priority action for the town to do. And in fact, they have conditioned some of our grant eligibility for LCT grants to adoption of such a policy. I'm sure it's them doing their best to help us do what we can to do the right thing and to follow federal law in this field. But Brian, have you got anything more to say before we perhaps introduce Wade?
Oh, wait, sorry, Brian's not. Sorry, good, Brian.
Yeah, no, thank you, John. Just Wade and I have worked on this policy for over the last year. And like I say, I modeled it off of their policy, and then they had some recommendations in how we should proceed, because each municipality is a little bit different. So I work closely with Wade on that. So I think we have a very comprehensive policy here. And it will make myself as what's called the designated employee responsible person for the program.
Wade is certainly available if we have technical questions that neither Brian or I can answer, but.
Do you have any questions for Brian or Wade?
You look to your left, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't
Go ahead.
know who was first.
I don't know either. Mine might be, a really easy answer. So I'm just trying to understand that this policy is required or encouraged by the state. But I'm just trying to understand the jurisdiction of
Nope, it's required by federal regulations, the federal motor vehicle carrier. So we have to have this policy by federal law.
Okay.
So
Gotcha. Which is separate from the CDL requirements on drug and alcohol testing.
nope, this is that policy that will oversee the CDL drivers for drug and alcohol abuse.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a few questions in email, and I appreciate the responses from staff and from Wade on all of the cost information. With respect to the split testing sample, an employee being required to reimburse the town for a split test sample. The scenario that came to mind for me was, I'm a truck driver and I have to submit to a random test or for whatever reason I'm being tested. And I know that I haven't taken any drugs and I'm not under the influence and haven't had any alcohol in a period of time or whatever. And the test comes back for some reason positive. And so I know that something went wrong. Now, the protocol says that the split sample is sent to a separate, different laboratory. If that comes back negative, I've simply exonerated myself. And so I strongly object to making the employee pay or reimburse the town for the split sample fee. Everything else in the policy I find to be quite satisfactory, and that's really my only objection.
And I think we did hear from Wade Major that the town does have latitude on this point as to who pays in that scenario. I might ask Brian, does this come up frequently? And I imagine the answer is going to be no. And I think $250 is not going to break the bank in those very rare circumstances. But tell me, Brian, is this a frequent occurrence that there's a split testing involved?
I've never, 20 some years, I've never been in that situation where it's happened. They usually come back positive or negative. So the one question would be though too, is that I can hear Eric's scenario. Yeah, I mean, that's totally up to you. I'm fine either way. If you want to have it be a town cost, that's fine.
I don't think there's any point arguing about a hypothetical that'll probably never take place, especially when this VLCT who's pushing this has said we do have the latitude to make that change.
Right.
And to be clear, I'm just saying in the scenario where the split sample results are negative.
Yes. Yes.
Is there anybody on? Okay, Ashley?
I would assume that we don't have any latitude. I guess the thing that is not specific to town of Hartford or even the state of Vermont, because marijuana is federally criminalized, but it just is heartbreaking to me that we're really trying to draw folks to these positions, and we desperately need folks in our DPW departments and doing this work, and that if they had a joint, which is totally legal to do in Vermont on Saturday, they could be drug tested on 3 Wednesdays from that day and fail. And that is like crazy, because if you had a drink of alcohol on that Saturday, it's not going to show up. If you had methamphetamine or cocaine or any other higher scheduled drug. So I assume that there's no latitude, and VLCT can maybe speak to this, I know that and of course the HPD folks have left, but I know there's a policy that they use to test for like use while driving or while operating a vehicle versus just a standard drug test that would pick up THC or marijuana. Is there any latitude to have it be more of a field sobriety test for marijuana?
Is Wade able to answer that question, I wonder?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Wade.
Thank you.
Yeah, the answer is no. The federal rule doesn't allow any changes on the marijuana end of things. So, and you're right. I mean, it happens. We just had one recently where it's kind of the same scenario that you're talking about in a town. So until that federal part of it ever changes, that's what we have to live by.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes. Thank you, Wade. Any other questions? So I'll take a motion to adopt the motor vehicle drug and alcohol testing policy, commercial.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Brandon?
I move that the board adopt the proposed commercial motor vehicle drug and alcohol testing policy.
Okay, do I have a second?
Gonna make a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Can we include the amendment that I proposed?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to restate that? So John has,
Um,
are you ready?
I've got it.
Okay.
I've got the sum of it.
Okay.
You're making the motion to adopt with the proviso that in a split test scenario where the second test comes back negative, that will be at town expense rather than an employee expense.
Yes.
Okay,
I'll second the motion then.
all right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 6-0. All right, then we'll move on to the review and approve updated proposed ad hoc Bugbee Building Committee slate and bylaws.
Yes, I've been back here about the third time, I think, reporting that we're trying to implement the select board's wishes as stated, I believe, in February, that having seen the architect's work and his setting up several kind of options for future consideration of renovations at the Bugbee Center, that maybe a committee be established to make recommendations to the full select board about which of those options or even other matters might be considered by the select board. I've worked with Mark Bradley to establish a slate of members of such a committee. And as per our last session, what I've done is included more people who are happy users of the programming at the Bugbee Center and the Bugbee Center building. And I've made a couple of the existing members that had been proposed technical experts so that they wouldn't necessarily have voting rights when making recommendations to the select board. So I've listed those. I've attached emails from Mark Bradley vouching for the excellent character, integrity, and helpfulness of the 3 additional users of the facility. And I leave it to the board to let me know your wishes.
Questions? Ashley? I have a question. I was just wondering, the decision to have the tradesperson be a non-voting member
It was
versus
I'm
like
sorry.
maybe Dana.
It was simply an effort to take the advice of the select board to add additional members, but not wanting to lose the technical expertise and thinking about which of these members that had been listed might be least negatively impacted. Like, for example, we'd like to have the input of the fire marshal, but I don't know that he's going to have any particular vision for how the Bugbee Senior Center might be used in the future. That's one. Similarly, for somebody in the building trades who lives across the river, about whom I hear good things about his expertise, he might be able to give us valuable technical guidance, but again, might not have a particular vision or aspiration for what the Bugbee Senior Center could be. But these are all decisions that I can live with or without, and it's really your decision as to whether you still want to have a committee and who you want on the committee. I've simply done my best to establish, along with Mark, a committee that I think could be helpful to the board, but I won't feel any personal disappointment at all if you folks want to take a completely different direction. I'm looking forward to hearing from you what you want to do.
I'll say my piece to them first. Thank you so much, John, for I know you and Mark have both put a lot of trying to work in what we want, and I think this looks really great. The only suggestion I would make, and I can also live with or without it, is that that perhaps Dana, the town environmental sustainability coordinator, become a technical non-voting member, and that the building trades representative, Sean Lacey, be a voting member. Just because I think that Dana will be listened to, whether he votes or not. I think people will understand and appreciate and value his expertise. And so that it's almost like he's more of an advisor and like a person to run, more technical questions by, whereas Sean might have a bigger vision of like the constructability and the feasibility and the cost implications of the project.
Questions? Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ashley's comments are aligned with my thinking as well, or my thinking is aligned with her comments. At last, I asked a question in email, John, about the straw poll that we did last time, and I thought that it was to replace 2 of the staff members or representatives of the town with or make them consultants or make them non-voting members.
I see.
And so, but my memory could be selective memory. And so
I certainly could be wrong too.
I was hoping that other members would maybe weigh in if they remembered it that way or differently. But I don't want to suggest which staff member you should or shouldn't change voting rights for, but the sentiment that Ashley's expressed is aligned with my original thinking, which is this is a project that we want as many members of the public to weigh in as possible, and that staff members have important input, and they're available, and they can be they're going to function as consultants, because people are going to listen to what they have to say. But I wanted to reserve those seats, so to speak, those voting seats for members of the public as to the degree possible.
One thing I might say as a devil's advocate only, if Mike Hoyt was sitting here, he might say the same thing he said 2 weeks ago, which is that this is a town building. And we probably shouldn't forget that the town and its taxpayers have put a lot of money into that building. It's an asset of the town. We lease it and we rent it out to Bugbee, and no one anticipates anything different in the future. But I think that there's something to be said for a town asset having town staff and the select board overseeing it.
And I would counter that point with the pool committee. I don't know how many staff members were on that, but a lot of members of the public, and it's a town-owned facility. It's infrastructure of the town, and we've done so. So we have precedent in the direction that I'm suggesting, like of basically having voters, having members of the public make decisions. I think we have plenty of precedent of that.
I guess then the question would be, if you want different people on the committee, would you have a suggestion as to who from the current list we ought to eliminate and how we might go about soliciting members of the public to participate? I'd be happy to hand this task over to someone else entirely, because I feel like I might be getting in your way, trying to help you as I am. I don't want to get in your way. Please have it your way.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not suggesting we rewrite the entire list. I was basically just echoing what Ashley was saying. I hope I was saying the same thing that she was, basically, of taking number 11, John Lacey, and making him a voting member, and swapping out another staff person to be a non-voting member who's obviously going to be a valued consultant and voice of reason on the project. That's basically it.
I'm sorry if I'm defensive. I don't mean to be defensive. I truly want you to have a committee if you want it, and I want it to represent what you want on the committee. If I'm not interpreting your wishes well, I hope that you will tell me. I won't be hurt. So that's the best I can do.
I want a committee. How about that?
Excellent.
Second that.
Agreed.
Not formally.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Brandon?
Thank you. I just, on a slightly different subject, I mentioned over email the kind of the mission or the charge in the bylaws. And I propose to offer a friendly amendment to that, to slightly alter the description of the what's called purpose. Where it now says that the purpose of this committee is to, quote, debate the options from Studio Nexus and make recommendations as to the preferred option and related matters. I guess I just wanted to be a little more specific about the related matters. Something like, or another non-optioned path. And that request or friendly amendment is born out of discussions with Mark Bradley. Because it's not quite clear that we should precisely go with any one of these options. I would like to defer to this committee that we're so carefully putting together to use those options we're given and then come up with the right thing. So I just want to not be pigeonholed by our language in the future.
I think we can certainly make that tweak.
Thank you so much.
If that's the wish of the board.
Okay, is there somebody on?
Yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
Hey, Michelle Valesky, Junction, Vermont. I don't know if anybody is familiar with how the town hall got renovated and the process and procedure. If you're interested, FX has all the files and the information, and I think it was a really amazing process. And the results were great. And when I was on.
For the most part.
Except for the age.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I mean that anyway. Okay. Sorry.
No, we were just joking.
Yeah,
We
it
were
was a
thankful
joke.
for your
We're just
comment.
joking about our HVAC system. Sorry
No,
about that.
I understand. I was in the police, I was at the safety committee at the police department last week, and it was it was pretty brutal. It wasn't working. In any case, there are some really he has some really helpful documents about, and I think the process was just really fantastic, the way they went about it. And so when I was on the school board, we modeled that when we renovated the Wilder School. And I'm just throwing that out there. I don't have an opinion but I think if you have time, you can get in touch with FX, and because I do not know where it is in the depths of his Google Drive. Somehow he said it's open to the public, but I cannot figure out how to get there. But it's worth taking a look at. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay. Anybody else on Miranda? Okay, I'll entertain, you have one more question, or I'll entertain a motion, where are we?
Yeah, I guess I have one more question.
Okay.
Well, I guess to John's point about, that he's trying to help us along in creating this committee. And I guess just the way that you said it, John, it really kind of was like, well, this is supposed to be something that we are asking for. And I guess for me, I just say that I would be okay with this as it is, with the two amendments that Sean become a voting member, Dana become a non-voting member, and Brandon's point about the mission, or I forget which.
Bylaws.
Thank you. But that I'd also, if there were other folks on the board that felt passionately about it, I would also be open to revising this list. And I guess my quick take is that I would either have town manager or select board member, one of them become a non-voting member, and maybe on one of the White River Council on Aging, one of those two people become a non-voting member, and add two more community members that we source from maybe not current Bugbee users, because I think it's great we have 3 frequent flyers, but maybe someone younger in the town that I'm going to be going to the senior center in some number of years, and just getting that diversity of opinion in there from residents. I do think that's really important, and I also think it will draw attention to the center from folks who may not be their typical demographic. Advertising for that, I think, is maybe the challenge. You folks already have this list of people. You don't have to wait to find 2 more.
And there had
members.
been some desire, I think, to move this along so that maybe by fall, maybe by budget season, there could be some feedback. The bylaws anticipate middle of November, so that could be at least part of the discussion of budgets and bonding. Not that we'd be ready for bonding, but just so that we can have an idea of what kinds of cost might be associated with the preferred path for capital improvement planning, et cetera. So that's not, I don't think it's urgent, but I know that Mark feels like every day that passes is an opportunity we could have taken advantage of to address the problems quicker. That's all.
Yeah, I'm curious how the rest of you, I kind of know how I feel, but yeah, do you folks feel like we should make any changes, or do you think we should just kind of get the ball rolling?
Comments?
Yeah, sure, thank you. I see both things. I feel like we're sort of in a similar place of where we were in the last discussion. It's is there a way to allow the formation of the committee to begin and things to the ball start rolling, while also making some suggestions of possible shifts? Because I really like your idea and your suggestion, and I appreciate your just thinking deeply and creatively about what would be the ideal makeup for it. And I'm really for the ideas that you described. So I wonder if there's a middle ground, if there's a way to be can we on the
for the members that we are solid on or set on, can we go ahead and form the committee with those people? And then,
You can have a far smaller committee.
yeah.
That'd be
Yeah.
perfectly acceptable. Anything you want is
And then,
acceptable.
yeah, and then add committee members as we can kind of recruit them.
But that might be tough because if you're going to be on a committee with a specific task, I would think you'd want to be with that same group of people throughout the entire process. Just my thought.
I mean, but logistically, you know, it takes a long time to set up the first meeting of any new committee. So I feel like that part could get into motion. But maybe we can just propose this change tonight and make the.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, what do people feel?
I also like the idea, but I also know John's probably tired right now.
I feel so bad.
You guys need to have what you want, and I'm happy to help you out to get there.
So we need a motion, whether it's amended or not.
Madam
Ashley.
Chair, take a whack at it. So I move that we approve make sure I get the right thing here. Formation of the Bugbee Building Ad Hoc Committee with the amendments that the bylaws have the group look beyond the options from Studio Nexus feasibility study at all options for renovations, and that the makeup of the committee change the select board member to a liaison, a non-voting member, and change Dana Clausen to a non-voting member, make Sean Lacey a voting member, and add 2 community members to be sourced from the public.
Did you want them to be in a certain age range? Did you want them to be younger than retirement?
Can I require that? I don't.
That's, I think, getting into some dangerous territory.
Yeah, but I guess
Or
let's
like
say, a non-Bugbee user, 2 non-Bugbee Center regulars.
Well, then if they're not Bugbee Center users,
Future Bugbee Center users.
There we go.
Bugbee Center users.
Right, I'm just concerned that it's very concentrated to a very small group of people. And I want to bring the community to the topic who may not be as familiar with the day-to-day operations of the facility.
of course, one vision of this whole process would be that this committee would be having their meetings in public and would engage in some public outreach to solicit outside voices. So I don't know if you need to include them in the committee, but that's just a piece of information for you.
Right, and I also have considered that it's taken a while for Mark to get some of the frequent users. So what happens if you don't end up having some of these other people that come, you know? And then as John was talking to Ida, if you don't have the people and maybe somebody decides 2 or 3 meetings down the road to come in, then they don't have the transitional information, everything went before. So I think that's a kind of.
Well, that's my motion, and I'm just throwing it out there, like so that, yeah, I'm making that motion.
Is there a second? You want
Can-
more
can I-
discussion?
No, because procedurally, we can't have discussion until there's a second.
Correct.
So I'm not sure why we delved into discussion there, but what I would like is clarification on the very last part of the motion, if I may. So can you state that again for me, please?
Yes, that we add 2 voting seats for future Bugbee Center users in the Upper Valley or Hartford.
How can someone commit that they're going to be a future user?
So then let's just say for Hartford residents. And then if we come back and the committee is all exclusively folks that we don't feel represent the broader community, we can say we want to come up with something different. But I think the intent is clear that we are looking for Hartford residents from the broader community who are not exclusively members of the Bugbee Center. Does that make sense?
I know what you're trying to get. I don't know how we can achieve it in a way that's not going to antagonize some people for exclusionary vibes.
But we just said that it was hard to get frequent users to join. So it doesn't sound like anyone's going to be upset that they can't join. And I'm hoping that JD could do some marketing advertising for the positions. But we have again gone into discussion. So there's a motion on the floor.
Thank you for that clarification.
Is there a second?
I will second it so that we may discuss.
Okay, Miranda has second. And let's open it up to discussion.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Brendan.
Just a quick thought. I love involving people of all ages in discussions. And yet, to be devil's advocate only, as John said earlier, I imagine that there are experiences of old age that I am not aware of, and I cannot be aware of until I experience them myself. So certainly not against having a young person on this committee, but if this is the only town-owned facility directed at people of old age, then I think making sure it best represents people of old age should be the primary goal. That's all.
Anybody, Miranda, or?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I totally agree with that. And I wasn't saying, throwing out like a younger person to be discriminatory against older folks. And you're right, that's a space that is one of the only spaces that's exclusively for that vulnerable population. I just meant it in a way that I think it could bring more of the community to the Bugbee Center, because I think that connection is lacking. I think it'd be great to have younger folks going there for lunch more often, meeting older people in our community. So I meant it as in like this is an opportunity to bridge folks who might not even think of the Bugbee Senior Center, or I'm assuming people who join this committee have thought about it, but who might not typically get to interact in that way, to bring some of their ideas and ways to bridge the gap. So yeah.
Miranda?
Yeah, and I think adding to that too, the way I was thinking about it, Ashley, is like, right, if you intend to live in this community and be here for the long term, there are going to be different generational needs. And so maybe there are aspects that like folks who are like, yeah, planning to age in this community can bring, because like, when is the next time this building will be renovated? Like, just to bring that perspective so that, yeah, maybe 20 years down the line, the building is still useful for folks who are, and also I do love that idea too of bringing people of multiple generations into the Bugbee Center, because it is a great space.
Other questions, comments, opinions? Could we read the motion again before we vote?
Good luck.
I know, that's because it was pretty long here, so I just want to make sure we know.
Oh, you're looking to me.
Oh,
I thought you were looking to Ashley. I'm sorry.
Well, either or, you knew you were
I've
writing
got
it down, I don't know.
bylaws to be revised to include the latitude to look at all options for renovation, with a makeup of the select board member being a liaison, Dana to be a non-voting member, Sean to be a voting member, the addition of 2 voting community members who are maybe not Bugbee users at present. That's my understanding of the motion.
Yes, you go ahead, thank you. So, ready to vote? Yes. Okay, we'll start with Eric.
Aye.
Okay, Brandon?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Brandon?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
And I'll vote aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you very much. Now, let me ask you this, almost like the police. If and when I can identify these two additional members, shall I come back on the agenda? Or do I have your latitude to simply incorporate them into the committee?
I think that would, you would be fine.
Okay.
Would Mark feel fine with that?
I assume maybe he and I would both have chats
Okay.
with them.
Okay.
If we get such applicants.
Yes, exactly. And if they end up being older, is that gonna be a problem?
Not for me.
No. Okay, okay. Okay, I just
Okay.
wondered if someone who doesn't use Bugbee, but who is older.
Yes.
So, and if it ends up that it's only, you know, that nobody in the community bites.
Yeah.
Through some people.
But yeah,
We can find them.
yeah.
How young they are.
Yes. Older by the minute.
Okay. All right, so then we will move on to consider applying for grant funding for lights and cameras at Wilder Park Ride.
Yes, yes. Madam Chair, when I started here, this was an ongoing topic, but I was watching for any clues of the select board's wishes on this topic, and I never really could discern the select board's wishes. Now we have 5 out of the 7 are brand new from that moment. And I have no idea how you all feel about wanting lights or cameras at the Wilder Park and Ride. But I have heard from a group of people here in Hartford who have been strong advocates over my 21 months here for lights and cameras at the Wilder Park and Ride. These residents suggest that lights and or cameras could serve as a deterrent there to avoid criminal activity and other shenanigans. The police have both through Chief Sheldon and through Connie Kelly have not supported the view that it's a high crime area. But at the same time, Chief Kelly says lights and cameras couldn't hurt. But nevertheless, she feels that recent increased patrols have made a positive impact on the absence of bad behavior at the Park and Ride. And she notes that the Park and Ride is monitored daily by the outreach supervisor. So with all that said, I felt I owed it to these community members to at least explore what it might take to put lights and cameras at the Park and Ride, if that's the direction the select board wants to go. And what I have found, as you've seen in the memo, is that if we wanted to erect 4 lights, downward facing presumably, at the Park and Ride, that would cost about $44,000. If we wanted to install a single camera, that would cost about not $10,000 more. And Brandon is absolutely right, as is Eric. There would be additional costs in terms of excavation, asphalt, concrete to repair any damage done, to excavate for conduit to service these lights and these cameras. So my best guesstimate would be that we're looking at something in the range of $70,000 if the select board believes there's a need and wants to proceed in this way. And if they think 4 lights is the right answer, perhaps 2 lights is the right answer. That would cost only $22,000 for that line item. Bottom line, the state has just approved what I view as a paltry $150,000 for statewide expenditures on park and rides this coming year. So whether we even with a good proposal, would be able to achieve $50,000 or $70,000 is probably highly, very much in doubt. Nevertheless, I'm certainly willing to apply for these funds if the board wishes for me to do so.
Questions? Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your diligence in this, John, and coming back to us with this, or coming to us with this. What is the current lighting situation in the park and ride? Is it, are there no lights at all?
There's no lights at all in the park and ride. Now, I think we have an expert here who lives nearby it and has observed it frequently. She can tell us about the neighborhood lighting. I think she's made the point to me that the addition of lights wouldn't change the character of the neighborhood much. And in fact, some of the people living in that area would like for there to be lights so that it's not such a pleasant place to camp overnight or what have you.
Thank you. Yeah, so that would be, sort of another line of question I had is about, potential light pollution and if there are any abutters or immediate
It's a
residents
somewhat commercial area, wouldn't you say, Marie? There's other businesses nearby with lighting.
Well, there's the mobile station, Knight's Funeral Home, an accountant place down the road, the vet. Then you get into the Haven and.
Should she be up at the podium?
Oh, probably so.
Yes,
Thank you.
sorry. And Maria, identify yourself as well.
Marie Elvin, White River, Hartford Avenue. Yeah, I really didn't prepare anything. I sent you emails with photos. I've been documenting for the past, since the Haven went in, the single shelter went in, the events that have gone on there. And those are just the ones I have seen or people have told me. Mrs. Levitt gets the blunt of everything there at that park and ride, cars coming in and out at night, partying, drug needles being thrown over her fence. That woman, I think, is pretty much living in constant fear of whoever's over there at the park and ride. There was an incident just recently where I think the cops were chasing somebody and they ended up pulling into the driveway of Mrs. Levitt. And one of the officers had to call her to verify that this person was in fact going to visit her, and which this was like at 3 o'clock or 1 or 2 in the morning, woke her up, and she says no, she wasn't expecting anybody. So the cops ended up arresting those people that just pulled in her driveway. I just see it as it's very dark, as you can see from the photos. People who are there dropping off people to pick up their cars in the night, it's pitch dark. That's a safety issue, I would think. We're talking safety in the town. The survey that was sent out was basically, we need more lighting. And I think that the park and ride is a very, it would be helpful, especially to the Levitts, and lives right behind that fence. And then the Holmes, I've talked to Patty Holmes and Scott Holmes, Mrs. Levitt and her family. And yeah, those are the abutters. And I have talked to Jeff Knight, who also sometimes when there's a funeral or a service wake being happening at night, he does have some cars that sometimes park there because it's safer to there than up in the cemetery at night. So I feel it would be an improvement for the area. Is it a high crime? It's not a high crime. I mean, if you look at the list that I put out for you, there's a lot of stuff that happens over there over and over and over again. And the cops have stepped up their patrol and they are right on it. But again, that is, I think at night when they're going by, it's going to look a little easier for them to look over there at that park and ride and observe the cars that are there to see if there's anybody hanging out. And that I think would be a benefit for the future of the park and ride, just looking forward and seeing what else we can do to make the neighborhood a little bit safer. You know, I don't know if you have any questions about anything you read. The pictures, I mean, it all seems self-explanatory to me, what is needed over there. And the grant, when John mentioned that, it just seems like, why not apply for it and see where it goes? Seems like a good idea to me, and I hope you give them permission to apply for this grant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miranda?
I guess just looking at it, knowing that the residents in that area are okay with lights going up, it won't be like too much light pollution or anything like that. Good with that. I guess my gut reaction on the cameras, I hesitate a little bit with that like level of surveillance. I can be swayed on it. So I'm also curious what other people think about the cameras, or if there's like a strong reasoning behind the cameras, or if it's just like, you know, you think security, you think lights and cameras.
The cameras, there is stuff that goes on over there. I don't think the cops see everything. You know, there's definitely, we as neighbors going by see suspicious activities, which we would say is a drug deal, because it just looks like a drug deal. You know, they come in and they go. So it would probably capture those type of situations. And also this past winter, there was a catalytic converter that was stolen from somebody's car that was lingering there. So this is, you know, it's just as the troubles continue to grow, and they do grow. I mean, the police are doing a good job with it, but they can't be there 24/7. And it's helpful to have the lights.
Yeah, because I guess because my thought is that the lights are likely a big enough deterrent, and I'm not sure if like HPD could do anything with video footage of like, I'm not sure that you can like necessarily like, if like a drug deal was happening, that you could catch that necessarily on camera or convict someone based off of that. I mean, I'm not an expert, but
Or perhaps not with a single one, and then you're getting into real money for multiple cameras.
yeah. I guess that's just for my.
Yeah, and I didn't know if, I mean, I don't know if Knight's Funeral Home even has a camera. And I did check at the mobile station at one point to say if they had a camera that could have looked into the park and ride, but they said they did not have a camera there either. So are cameras necessary? I think it might be a luxury to have a camera. I mean, certainly the lights, but if you do it all at once, or if you get the funding, why not? If it's a, you know, a money crunch, then you know, we can go without it, I guess, but I really feel strongly for the that the lights would help benefit Hartford Avenue in general for the safety up there in the evenings. It's definitely deter people. And I have seen other park and rides that have on their little sign, camera, surveillance camera present. Now, rather than the actual surveillance camera is present or not, just the fact that it might be on the sign might be a deterrent as well. Just a suggestion there.
That's what I did at my house. Watched by security services. I had long since stopped paying for the service.
John, the secret's out now.
Brandon?
Thank you. I as well as Miranda, I'm very reluctant to vote for any cameras. But especially if the immediate abutter, the main abutter right behind the fence is okay with lights and has reached out to say they want lights, that sort of thing. I'm of a mind to support one type of light, and that is the type of light that would shine straight down and only straight down.
Right.
Because yeah, the broad.
Oh, definitely. We don't want a whole, you know.
Yeah, I just think about whoever is going to live there next, because
Right.
the lights are still going to be there, whoever's living there.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's in the state specs for park and rides.
Okay. I think I've seen the park and ride up by the highway at the Thetford exit. And I think it has those giant highway illumination
Oh,
lights.
yes,
And
it
so
does.
It's very wide throwing.
And hopefully they're not going to be like that. I
Yeah.
did ask John about that. The lights that happen to be at the vet are very low, and they shine directly down. They're not in the neighborhood. And I'm surprised, I've asked the Levitts to call. I think John has talked to Mrs. Levitt.
I've met her. She's the widow of a Hartford police officer.
Yes, yep. And we went and met with her and she confirmed everything because I'm the only one that says stuff, but the other people are just afraid to speak up. They really are. And I can understand the concern with the cameras. Somebody's got to monitor that too. But sometimes, like I say, just saying it on a sign or putting up a dummy can be a deterrent.
Ashley?
Yeah, well, definitely agree with what Brandon was saying about the style of light. My question was going to be, do we as a board get to approve the final spec of the light?
I'm sure if you want to get down into those weeds, we could make it happen.
Okay, I say this because I live very near the new VA cutoff bridge.
Mhm.
And it's great, now the bridge is lit, but it's like insane. It's intense. It's like those lights, it's like the light pollution. And
Well,
then just-
they were very bright at first.
Even after
And
they
then,
turned it
and then
down.
we turned it down to like the lowest setting they could accommodate. And you still find it obnoxious?
I was trying to look the other day to see if it seemed as bad. I don't know. I'll have to pay attention. But I think it's the style of the fixture, right? Is that it is just, there's no like shade, if you will, that's
And-
directing the light.
Yes, and the color temperature matters as well.
Yeah.
That bright blue white, as if it's for the daytime is kind of glaring.
So yeah, just my concern. My other question is about, you mentioned 2 lights would only be 20 something.
22,000. But again, you have these excavation costs. So I would round that to about 30 probably for 2 lights.
But you have confirmed with the electrician that it is, because typically it's not half the cost for half the stuff.
Well, he indicated
he
to
said
me in
that.
his very scant quote, 4 poles, $44,000. I don't know how he broke that down because it was a very broad estimate.
Yeah, my hunch would be that it won't.
Okay.
As professionally, I
Yeah.
field those kinds of quotes, and it's almost never with electrical half the cost for half the fixtures.
Okay.
So I would like if we could check in with that. But that being said, I'm interested. I think we should apply for the grant, and see how much we could get. Do we need to know how many fixtures before we apply?
I would like to know how
Okay.
many, and then I could get maybe a revision to this very broad quote, something that the V-Trans folks can put their teeth into.
Yeah, I mean, I am inclined to support 2 lights versus 4 lights. I used to live on Bugbee Street and go past that park and ride and have used that park and ride. And it is kind of scary, especially like as a woman at night there.
Yes.
There's been times where I've parked cars and I'm like kind of nervous because it is very dark there. And there is a lot of traffic in and out.
Yeah.
On the camera, so yeah, I think it's I think it's a good topic. I do feel like it's a little bit of a Band-Aid, right? As we all know, this is related to the addiction and housing crises that we have all across the country, but here in Hartford as well. So that, I wish there was a way to get to the root of the problem and help folks deter them from those behaviors. But yeah, I think the cost to me would
And I think-
44,000 feels like a lot.
And in my research and Marie's, I think also
Well, really sad.
most park and rides do have lighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a requirement, I would think, of park and rides. But I wouldn't want lights like they're up at Thetford though either.
Yeah.
I asked John about that specifically because, it definitely want just something subtle that lights up the area for people coming in and out in the evening.
Yeah, and to the camera point, I agree with Brendan and Miranda. I wouldn't really be inclined to support surveillance, but I would probably support a dummy camera. There's a term for this implied security, and it is effective. Like if someone thinks that they are on video, they're at least more likely to consider the actions that they're about to do.
Right.
Like you're not, whether or not, and I know some folks can spot dummy cameras, and I'm on public record right now saying that but I think if the idea, I'm sure the folks that are, possibly if there are criminal activities there, it might be a deterrent to just, if they think like, there might be surveillance there.
Right. And that can just be put on the sign, I think, the ordinance sign
Yeah,
or another sign.
Or you could literally get a dummy camera
Exactly.
fixture that attaches. I don't know what the quote for that would be or how it would attach.
Probably not too much.
But yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And I think Peter has
Just
a,
have one quick comment I want to make about, don't want to kick out of your virtue. But before I make a comment, that was my dad back older, he heard about what happened yesterday among other things. And that leads into what I'm about to say about the camera, because one advantage of the
Come to the
camera,
mic.
right
We need you at the
position
microphone, Peter,
Marie,
I'm
do you want to
sorry.
switch? Yeah, he's got to
Switch
introduce
places.
himself.
If there's anybody still awake at
For
home.
the folks at home.
And like I said, what my dad called, he heard about, and one of the problems you have over there, which a camera would help with at the right angle on Hartford Avenue by that park and ride. A lot of clients at the Haven get wrongly blamed for the trouble there. I mean, they just took care of the problems over at the laundromat at Cumberland Farms. And that gas station it's such a pain in the ass. People get wrongly blamed all the time who are clients of the Haven for what goes. I mean, so it's like just going over there. People don't feel that comfortable over there, and at least if a camera was functioning there, like it could clear up a lot of and one other problem I should have mentioned earlier with the safety issue, and this has been happening more often. There is a new street drug out which people have been using. It leaves a very bad odor. And some of the people involved in social services here, including at the Haven, have confided to me, because they can't say this because they'll lose their jobs, but just having to smell that, they are in fear like last year, they came out with a new drug that's so potent, Narcan will not save you. And with something like this on the street, I mean, people, when I told them about this, because I noticed the same thing where I'm at late last month, earlier this month. And when they asked me to describe, it's like, go over there and see, I have never smelled anything like this.
thank you, Peter. Okay, so,
We do have that on the comment.
okay,
Michelle, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So Michelle Bolesky, White River Junction, Vermont. And I am a neighbor and live right near the Park and Ride. And I also have pictures, and I have pictures of abandoned vehicles, campers, people working on cars, gasoline pours. I mean, and it ebbs and flows. Some days it's great, and some days it's problematic. But this is about safety, really. And it is very dark in the corner of that park and ride. And again, thank you, Ashley, for talking about women's safety. And because I would not feel comfortable parking in that park and ride. It is so dark. I have talked to Lynn Bohai. She is on that document from the state, and it could be because I've been looking into this for a while. And there are light fixtures that can be low impact. And I think too, in the back where it's really pitch black, because I think there might be enough ambient light from the mobile station and Route 5 to make, to help with the entrance of the park and ride. Also, if I have spoken to a lot of residents, and if you need the data and don't want to take my word for it, I can get signatures from people. I just didn't have time. I found out this was going to be on the agenda and didn't have time to go around and talk to my neighbors. But there are quite a few people that that feel that lights would make them more comfortable. And the other question I have is, what is the definition of high crime? And is that murder and rape? Or is it, so, because I think when you say, when it's put out there that it's not quote unquote high crime, that doesn't mean that there isn't crime that's happening and that people don't feel comfortable, and especially for the people that are next to that facility. Especially when there are people that are coming and going, and I have seen people doing drug deals in there, right? I mean, I have seen them. So I'm not going to take pictures of them, but it happens. And most of the time people use it to commute, right? But there are abandoned vehicles, there's trailers, there has been junk. And so I think that this would just be a matter of safety. And I think having lights would help our police department, because I'm a member of the safety committee, and they got a lot going on. And this would just be another tool for them, and help them to do their jobs. So, and I think it would be, I think it'd just be really, really respectful to the person who lives right next door to it, whose husband was the chief of police in this town, and who I went to talk to her one day, and she is terrified, and nobody should have to live that way. And again, and women should feel safe using that facility at night. And anyway, that's it for me. And I'm not, cameras, I can understand how people feel about those. I would just love it if you could approve a grant for lights. I'd really appreciate it. And also, if you want me to get signatures from my neighbors to say that they would like that, I will go out and do that. Just let me know. You have my email. And thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
Just one quick clarification. If we, John, you mentioned earlier specifications, these specifications from the state about park and ride.
Yes.
Do they have a spec on number of lights per like square footage area or anything like that we can?
I don't know about that. I could inquire.
Okay.
But yes, what I'm hearing is on the far side of the park and ride from the highway, maybe on the corners. And if there's any kind of bias, to tilt them just ever so slightly inward to capture as much of the really dark, scary spots as possible.
Yeah, I think it sounds
If
like
it was just two lights.
yeah, I think our thoughts on the board maybe are coalescing. I certainly I agree with those who have reservations about the cameras. I am in favor of the lighting. In fact, I didn't know that there weren't lights there, because it seems like it should be obvious. Like even beyond crime, it's, you get out of the car at 11 o'clock at night in December and you discover the hard way that there's black ice underfoot or something. So there's basic fundamental safety issues there. So I'm in support of putting some lights there. I would support the suggestions that were made earlier about limiting lights that limit light pollution. What you just said, I think makes perfect sense. So if we want to try to bundle all that into a motion.
Well, the recommendation says if the board would like to have lights and cameras installed at the Wilder Park and Ride, move that the select board authorize town manager to apply for V-Trans grant funding for such a project and report back to the select board when a decision has been made by V-Trans. So I don't know if you want to.
You can certainly modify that.
Yeah, if you want to modify that just to lights, have lights installed at Wilder Park and Ride.
I'm happy to make that motion unless someone else wants to, or
no.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the board authorize the town manager to apply for VTAN's grant funding toward a project to install lighting as discussed this evening, and report back to the select board when a decision has been made by VTrans.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, second by Ida. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
6-0.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Marie.
Special thanks to you, John.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for
My
coming
pleasure.
and hanging till the very end for your agenda item.
It's not the end yet.
Well, the almost very end.
See ya.
All right. Next item is to authorize the chair and vice chair to sign FYE accounts payable and payroll.
I've got nothing to add. You've seen the memo. Make the
Yes.
motion,
Yes.
please.
Anybody want to make the motion? Miranda?
I move that the select board leadership, chair or vice chair, be authorized to approve fiscal year end payroll and accounts payable as needed between now and the July 8th, 2025 select board meeting.
Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Brandon. All in favor, say aye. Oops, let me ask you if there's a discussion. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, 6-0. Commission reports. Let's start with Ashley.
Nothing to report.
Brandon?
Nothing, thank you.
Ida?
No reports.
Miranda? No reports. Eric?
Nothing for me tonight.
And nothing for me.
Wow.
Okay, we will move on to the consent agenda. So do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ashley.
I move that we approve payroll ending 6/21/2025. Approve the AP manifest 6/20/25 and 6/26/2025. Approve meeting minutes of 6/10/2025 and future meetings approved for 6/29/2025, which is the work planning session, and 7/8/2025 and 7/22/2025.
Right, is there a second?
Second.
Miranda, seconds the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I say aye. You told us earlier the time, 9 o'clock on the work session?
Oh, 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. Yes,
9
Yes,
yes.
that's what I
Stay
thought. I
tuned
just
for my
wanted to
email
make
on
sure.
Thursday. Yeah,
And it will be here.
it'll be in room 2
Room 2, yeah.
to
Okay.
get us out of our comfort zones and collaborate.
Yes, and so we're going to go into executive session. If
We
I'll
simply need a
have-
couple of motions to do that.
Yes, I know. I was just gonna ask,
Oh.
is there a motion
Thank you.
to go into executive session?
Madam
Right,
Chair,
Eric?
thank you. I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place this body and or persons involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I say aye. And the second motion,
I'll move, Madam Chair,
Ida?
that we discuss a potential contract, personnel matters, and legal advice pursuant to 1 VSA section 313 subsections A1A, A1B, A1E, and A1F.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Miranda seconds the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 6-0. We'll move into executive session.
What time is that workshop expected to end?
2, unless you're having so much fun, you'd like to.
I know, I cleared my calendar till 5.
No,
I
never
left
had
room
anything
for
like
mine.
that.
You
In fact, I thought when I opened it, I was like,
Well done, Ashley.
Thank you, John, for your patience with me.
Are you coming? So we're ready for a motion to come out of executive session.
Madam Chair, I move that the select board end executive session at 10:15 PM.
Is there a second?
Second.
Miranda, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 6-0, and move to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, second?
Me.
Miranda. Miranda, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
6-0, aye.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. And if anybody hasn't had a chance to sign these lovely documents, please feel free.